Today's a good day.
Welcome, everyone.
Welcome.
It only took 50 years to create this day. Cool.
Folks who are just entering the room, we have some folks identified as tech support. So you'll see the name tech next to their names. If you have any questions or technical difficulties, you can communicate with those folks and we could try to help resolve that for you. And we're going to give a few moments just for people to get into here from the waiting room.
Yo decido de mi tiempo como quiero y donde quiero, independiente yo nací, independiente decidí, yo no camino detrás de ti, yo camino de la par de ti. Tú no me vas a humillar, tú no me vas a gritar, tú no me vas a someter, tú no me vas a golpear, tú no me vas a denigrar, tú no me vas a obligar, tú no me vas a silenciar, tú no me vas a callar. No sumisa ni obediente, mujer fuerte, insurgente, independiente y valiente, rompe la cadena de lo indiferente, no pasiva ni oprimida, víctima de la autonomía, antipatriarca y alegría. Ser jefa de hogar, empleado intelectual, ser protagonista de nuestra historia, la que agita la gente de la comunidad, la que despierta la vecindad, la que organiza la economía de su casa, de su familia. Las cadenas de la piel. Vas a humillar, tú me vas a gritar, tú me vas a someter, tú me vas a golpear, tú no me vas a denigrar, tú no me vas a obligar, tú no me vas a silenciar, tú no me vas a callar. No sumisa ni obediente, mujer fuerte, insurgente, independiente y valiente, no diferente, no pasiva ni oprimida.
We're going to have some folks kind of trickling in, but we are going to get started because we got a tight schedule today, and I'm super excited for everybody that's here and all the stuff that we're going to have happening today. So we got a little music to get things going, but let's pause it. So with that, real quick, I'm going to do a longer introduction for myself, but welcome everyone. My name is Dr. Frank Perez. I'm from Long Beach City College. This is our event, the Ethnic Studies IE Summit. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Enrique Murillo to introduce the event, talk a little bit about LEAD, and then introduce our native and resident who's going to do our awesome land acknowledgement. Go ahead, Enrique.
All right. Good morning. Muy buenos días a todos. Thank you so much for being here with us. This is a very exciting day for us because whenever we talk about incorporating the marginalized perspective, we have to celebrate the day, celebrate ourselves, because we've only gotten here through struggle. Our argument has always been that the curriculum remains largely Eurocentric. And so you can argue that, some people argue that that argument's kind of outdated. Okay, stop saying that the curriculum's, Eurocentric. But being culturally responsive, culturally meaningful, culturally relevant curriculum has always been our goal, and for decades, for a very long time. In whatever fashion, diverse teaching materials always tell a richer, more accurate story that help all students at whatever level to be seen. And one thing that we know from working with students is we need to be seen. And each one of us, through our educational journey, we struggled to be seen. We want people to see us, and so most of us have grown up, if not all of us have grown up, largely being invisible in the curriculum. So we also know ethnic studies helps boost academic performance and attendance. It's not just for fluff, but it actually, we have the research now to back it up. And so anyways, before anything, let's thank those who first proposed this radical idea of ethnic studies. The bold idea of, oh, hey, we should include the history and culture of non-white peoples in the curriculum. People like the students at San Francisco State University, the UC Berkeley, who in November 1968, they refused to back down. 4.5 months, hundreds of students of color and other students went on to what is the longest student strike in US history, calling for the inclusion of people of color in the curriculum and the establishment of ethnic studies curricula and departments. And so some things are ethnic studies, some things are not ethnic studies, and that's part of the conversation we're going to have today, right? So we can make a distinction. So inclusive teaching and lessons have never been straightforward for us, and I've been an educator for a long time, so it's not straightforward. So you can't just say, oh, okay, I'm going to teach ethnic studies. You can't just jump into this. You have to be, there's a certain orientation, a certain disposition and a knowledge base that you have in order to run with the ethnic studies. But before that, I would be amiss if I did not mention, for me, I've always cited the El Rancho Long Beach model, and it's apropos that Dr. Frank Perez is in Long Beach, but this idea that the different segments, we got to work together. We can't work in silos. So the different segments of high school, community college, the 4-year, we got to all work together. And of course, in the California Mexico Studies Center, El Rancho Unified School District, and LEAD, we were all co-conveners of the now historic Campaign to Promote Ethnic Studies Summit, which took place October 18th, 2014. And I always, for me, that date is memorable because there was a resurrection, a resurgence in the ethnic studies, and we've been dealing for 7-8 years. We've been trying to rebuild and all that. So, having said that, let me say ethnic studies does not teach students to hate white people, right? It basically says that Eurocentric knowledge is not the basis for all the world's knowledge, right? So let's just establish that up front. It's not being racially divisive, and it's not a fad, right? We're here to stay. So anyways, with that, let me introduce you all to Robert Levi, who's going to give our land acknowledgement. Now, Cal State San Bernardino has done a new thing that we've brought on, what we're calling our elder culture bearer in residence. And so Robert Levi comes from a very distinguished family. His family is known for saving those bird songs, the California bird songs, very well known, prominent family. Citizen of the Torres Martinez Desert Cahuilla, and an educator, a retired US history teacher who taught in Upland High School. So with that, let's welcome our elder in residence, Robert Levi.
Mioen, thank you so much. I'd like to just acknowledge that Cal State San Bernardino does sit on Yavahatam land and also Ivililtim land, the Serrano and Cahuilla. Also, I'm coming to you from Tucson, Arizona, where you have the Toda Odom Indians here. It's been a pleasure working at Cal State San Bernardino. Ethnic studies has come a long way. I'm working on, my wife and I work on the curriculum for the Native American component out of Cal State Northridge through Liberated Ethnic Studies. Also, in closing, excited news came up that the California Teachers Association just is sponsoring AB 1703, which is Assemblymember Ramos's bill that puts more California Indian history in the history social studies framework. So we've got the assembly, it got through the assembly, it's got the backing of the CTA, and now we just got to look and see what the Senate's going to do with the bill. But it looks real promising. So have fun today, enjoy, and then, you know, just try to get out there and let's start teaching those kids the real truth. Thank you, Enrique.
Okay, so now we're going to turn it over to Mary Valdemar. She'll introduce herself.
Hi all, welcome, welcome, welcome to this space. Thank you for coming to this conversation in a good way, and thank you, Robert, for that land acknowledgement and starting us off in recognizing the first people, original people of the lands that we work on, that we play on, that we live on, and how important that is to telling our stories, the stories that are not taught in our schools, the stories that are not shared in our society, and how we need to change that and combat the invisibility, erasure, and ultimately genocide of many people whose stories are not shared in our educational curriculum or in our world in general. My name is Mary Valdemar, as been said. I'm the co-founder of CHICA, which is the Chicano Indigenous Community for Culturally Conscious Advocacy and Action. I'm also an employee at San Bernardino Valley College, community college here in the Yuhaviatam Serrano land of San Bernardino. And I'm super grateful to be here today, and I'm grateful to see all of you here to start this conversation, or not start, continue this conversation, this ongoing conversation that many of us have been having. And I particularly want to lift up the idea that this is a conversation not just for academia. This is a conversation that needs to come down to our pueblos, our hoods, our villages, our communities, that the struggle of ethnic studies is not just about schools, but also about our community at large, and how we are, many of us, still suffering the impacts and traumas of not having, the access to our, ancestral history, to the history of these lands, and the history of the people that we work alongside every day. And a part of our healing journey is to undo that and to make sure that we can hear the truth for all of us, hear everyone's truth. And that's why we're here today. And so I want to center that and thank all the folks in the room, both educators and just regular community folks. And so you're going to hear that hopefully throughout the presentation as we strive to include youth, as we strive to include elders, as we strive to include all the folks that are often marginalized and not included in these conversations about ethnic studies. And so with that, I am going to pass the mic over to Frank, and Frank's going to get us started.
All right, folks. So welcome everyone again. Thank you, Enrique, Mr. Levi, and Mary for these awesome opening words. My name is Dr. Frank Perez. I'm a professor over at Long Beach City College and a product of UCR, working closely with Luiseño folks throughout most of the Southern California region. I want to give a big shout out to all of our ancestors who are here doing that. Before I turn it over, I wanted to talk a little bit about how the workshops are going to work today. We will be doing 2 breakout sessions per each of the workshop series that you will see. With that, you will be given an option to join either workshop breakout room 1 or breakout room 2. The odd breakout rooms or breakout room 1 will always be the plenary sessions. The even ones will always be the workshops. You can feel free to cycle in and out of those throughout the day. We are going to record the entire event, and there will be individual chunks as well as a long stream. So that way, if you want to go back and watch this, show any parts of this for your, for your classes. I know many of my colleagues are here and other colleagues from across different districts. Those will all be available to you. We'll have those up on the LEAD website. afterwards. Okay, and then we will definitely have a closing at the end. One thing I will ask is that if you do have any questions, please put those in the chat. We do have tech folks identified with tech in their name. They will be in all of the sessions. So feel free to reach out to them if you want, if you're having issues with your Zoom links, if you want to send any particular questions to the panelists. Myself and Dr. Murillo will be moderating the session, so you can always feel free to reach out to us specifically and send us questions if you have for the panelists. And then obviously we'll take a little bit of time at the end for any general questions as well. So with that, I want to turn it over to our awesome keynotes today. I have a lot of respect for these folks, Dr. Julie Goodman out of the San Diego County Office of Education and Dr. Talisa Sullivan, who've been doing some amazing work on regional planning for ethnic studies. They are actually leading the SoCal County Office of Ed Regional Collaborative on this. Dr. Talisa Sullivan has been doing a lot just in the Riverside area, working on building the Riverside County Office of Ed, steering and county collaboration on ethnic studies. So I want to turn it over to them and let them talk about their journey to making this work. And with that, I pass the mic off to our two esteemed keynote speakers.
Good morning, everyone. I have Dr. Julie Goodman joining me as well. And I'll let her say good morning briefly, and then we'll introduce ourselves.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here.
So I'm going to introduce, and when I was invited to do this keynote, I wanted to get preface why we decided to do it as a duo versus just having myself come and speak with you all. Dr. Julie and I have been partners probably close to a year now, working on ethnic studies. And so she is from the San Diego County area, and of course, I'm here in Riverside County. And so I'm serving the Inland Empire, but we're both serving the Inland Empire together. So I thought it would be important for you to hear from our collective voices as to what we have been reimagining with ethnic studies from a statewide approach. And so as I introduce myself, and then Julie will introduce herself, we'll get started with, we'll kind of give you information on this reimagining ethnic studies from a regional approach. And so I am, again, Dr. Talisa, and I have been in education for over 20 years in different capacities. I've served as a teacher leader, a vice principal, and now I'm at the county office level working to implement ethnic studies throughout the Riverside County and the Southern California region. And hopefully throughout, well, not hopefully, but and now throughout the state alongside of Julie Goodman from San Diego County. I serve as an adjunct professor for UCR in their ethnic studies program. I also serve as an adjunct professor for Cal State in their doctoral program, working with the doctoral students that are venturing into becoming administrators and also at any capacity. And so just working with them. And I actually have also introduced ethnic studies in that format as well. And so Julie, please introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Julie Goodman, and my role is Director of Curriculum Equity, Curriculum and Instruction at San Diego County Office of Ed. I've been in education for over 30 years. The first decade was mostly international, Asia, Africa, Middle East, Europe, South America. And my roles have been coming back to the States, community college, university adjunct, including San Diego State, UCSD. And my roles in K-12 have been teacher, a lot of work in grants in the multilingual context, of which a lot of people know that dual language has been a real trailblazing area for ethnic studies. And like Talisa just mentioned, we are co-leads for the regional work as well as co-leads on a new exciting statewide project that we'll tell you about.
Thank you, Julie. And so as you hear Julie introduce herself, I want you to feel as blessed as I do as I'm working alongside of her. So hopefully you feel blessed to have her in the room with us in the Inland Empire, even though she's visiting us from San Diego. So with the experience and the collective knowledge of the two of us, we are excited to kind of take you on this journey that we started together, and we'll start that now. But we want to remind us all about ethnic studies, and we know that it is really to seek rehumanization and learning, and the respect students' curiosity and intellectualism, we're also looking at ethnic studies to challenge problematic Eurocentric narratives. And that is not that we're taking away from what we have heard and what we've learned, but what we're doing is we're adding some truths that have been omitted from our history. And so we are unpacking racism in schools with ethnic studies and building community solidarity across difference. So we want to really kind of preface that today as we move forward and tell you about this journey that we started as a region and that we will take to the state. So I'm going to start with Riverside County and some of what Riverside County is doing, and then I will eventually turn it over to Julie so she can tell you a little bit more about what's going on in San Diego. And so that you know that whatever we do in Riverside County, San Bernardino County, and the other counties that are involved have access to the information, and whatever's happening in San Diego, San Bernardino, Riverside have access, and San Diego has access to the things we're doing because we're partners. And so with Riverside County, what we started was we started a regional, we started a county plan. And in that county plan, we were looking to build ethnic studies throughout the Riverside County. So we're establishing, and what we did was we established ethnic studies county collaborative well back into July. It might have been a little sooner. I think we started a little sooner, but it was really solid in July. And then we started meeting regularly in order to kind of see what our schools have, what our districts have. And we also did a listening campaign so we can hear what was going well, what needed to be refined, and what we can help contribute. And then we built the collaborative, and individuals in the collaborative are meeting every month, and we've been doing this monthly through Riverside County. And eventually we started a steering committee, and Dr. Frank Perez and actually Mary Valdemar also is a part of this. We have other individuals from the community that have been a part of this journey as we're building a program for Riverside County Office of Ed that eventually we will hope to take to the state. And that program is to have courses very similar to what happens at the university, but we want to add another option for teachers and staff to develop and build their capacity, but also to help develop teachers that are already teaching in K-12 or those that are not teaching in K-12 as of yet, helping to develop their skill and learning more about what does this look like in a practical sense. And so we began that process very shortly after developing the collaborative and the steering committee, and we've been planning since, and we're really getting close to being finished with some components of it. We've also, again, with the certificate program, it's going to be a program that teachers and leaders, as well as classified staff, will be able to take away a certificate and say that they are prepared to either teach or prepared to contribute to ethnic studies in the K-12 classroom. And so just wanted to tell you a little bit about that. And it directly aligns with the Riverside County Office of Education Blueprint for Action that has been in place for several years. Also with that, we have an annual Excellence Through Equity conference that we do that will continue to build your capacity if you select to go to this Excellence Through Equity. A couple years in 2020, the theme was The Time Is Now. We'll have a new one coming up. It's about mindsets. And so that'll be coming up very shortly in September. We'll get you all information if you're interested, but we will also have ethnic studies strands in this conference so that people can take part in that. And then with that, we held an Ethnic Studies Institute this past summer, and we plan to hold those institutes for summers to come. And so just to kind of give you a little bit about what's happening in Riverside County. And now I believe we're going to move forward. Oh, and this is just kind of tentative for ethnic studies for our professional educator certificate program here through the Riverside County Office of Education. There are some introductory courses that everyone will have to take going through the program. We will have more advanced courses that will provide practical experience for the for boots on the ground and high school courses. And also we're hoping to have leadership workshops so that leaders can also know, how do I support teachers and staff as they develop their capacity for ethnic studies and implement in the classroom. And then again, we are definitely planning to continue with the Ethnic Studies Summer Institute, and it will come up at the end of July this year. And now I will turn it over to Julie to tell you a little bit more about what's happening in San Diego. Thank you all for listening.
So similar to Riverside, we also started working on and have recently finished our Equity Blueprint for Action. We looked at really Riverside's document guided our process, and this was just truly a labor of love. This was a completely community-informed, research-based document. It took over 2 years to work on. We started the year prior to the pandemic, and we were tasked with going out and connecting with the 3 communities: African American, American Indian, and Latinx. And we met many times, well over a dozen times with the communities. We held world cafes and to create this document. And we wanted to make sure to have these overlapping and intersecting opportunities for educators to really take a deep dive into equity actions at the classroom, at the school, and at the district level. And you can see some of the comments from the students. We held more than a dozen student panels, and the singular message just came through loud and clear that students want to see themselves represented in the curriculum. And so I love this last one on here. If teachers uplifted the joys, inventions, and contributions we've made, it would make a huge difference. So our students and our communities really guided this process.
Oh, sorry. It's supposed to go forward and it's not going forward. There we go. Sorry about that.
No problem. And so one of the asks across all 3 communities was, we don't want this document sitting on the shelf somewhere. We really want it to be a dynamic, interactive document. So we are in the process of creating, we do have an Equity Blueprint for Action website, and it's being developed. And it will be able to house resources again at the classroom, school, and district levels. And all of the resources around these 4 areas. One of them you can see is culturally and linguistically responsive instruction, of which having ethnic studies pathways was a clear and resounding ask across the communities. So similar to Riverside, we started a process, and this was, prior to when Talisa and I started to connect, to join forces in this exciting work. So we started out our first year with just holding a listening campaign with our 42 districts. We wanted to hear about what were the current ethnic studies projects that people were engaged with, what kind of syllabi did they have board policies, what grade spans, again, what classrooms was ethnic studies taking place in? Was it happening in dual language? Was it happening in high school ethnic lit courses? In these monthly meetings, we really just came together to learn together, to share. It wasn't around professional learning as it was around networking and really sharing resources. We would listen to one of the districts that was very advanced in ethnic studies, and also be able to support other districts that were just, kind of getting on to the, just starting their process. We also, it was very exciting that year we shared our passion projects and continue to share our passion projects around ethnic studies. And that is when we, later in the school year, we began collaboration. Talisa and I began collaborating weekly. And so we could share notes and share what each of our respective counties, the journeys had been. And then we began some very intentional collaboration initiatives with our local IHEs as well, our universities and colleges. And we did get kind of a head start with, we have Native Ways of Knowing. This is the California American Indian Education for All which is housed at San Diego County Office of Ed. It really evolved out of a 4-year federal grant that we had. And it's been largely informed and just a wonderful partnership with Dr. Jolie Proudfit at Cal State San Marcos. And so we've already started to create these modules, and everything is free, everything is online, so you can go ahead and check that out. And it's really informing a lot of our current work with ethnic studies. So we wanted to take just a pause for you to think about, and we have a huge group here, but to take just a minute to think about and put in the chat, what is your why for ethnic studies? Why are you here? Why are you showing up and spending your morning with us? And secondly, what are some ways that you are intentionally collaborating to develop ethnic studies programs, policies, syllabi, wherever you are at in your journeys?
And as we're taking that pause, I'll put a few things in the chat for you. We do want you to have access to the native ways of knowing, and I'll put the equity pause information back in the chat as well. But just so that we can get you access. So here are the questions that you are responding to now, just in case you need those. And while you're responding to those questions, I'll be having some things going in the chat for you. I'm wondering if I can get
At Mattress Firm, we're confident we'll match you with the right bed. You can take it home.
Okay, we see a lot going in the chat. Thank you all. I take an opportunity to look at everyone's why. Okay, for time's sake, we're going to go ahead and keep going, but just to call out a few things. I want students in our school systems to feel validated and know that they have assets and much to contribute, and that's from Angelica Hurtado. And from Leah Dunbar, because we want our youth to be engaged in their learning, to understand themselves, their ancestors, the stories of those who have been erased, to be empowered by knowing about the strength and resilience they carry. These are important factors. And so thank you all for contributing. We put a few things in the chat for you. I'm going to continue to share as we move forward, but not backwards. So I'm going to go ahead and move into just kind of starting off with our story, our regional story. And Julie kind of alluded to a little bit, of the idea that we came together organically. And this is why this is so sweet for us, and how our passion that's exuding through, hopefully you guys feel it, because I'm feeling the passion for working through getting ethnic studies throughout the entire state of California. I know for sure I had no idea that there would be a grant, or that I knew that there was something coming, but I wasn't aware of what. And I wasn't so aware, but then we just naturally, organically started working together so that we can figure out how do we best serve our populations from our individual perspectives, but collectively gathering knowledge and information and resources. And then we both were called into a meeting, and we were looking at just like, what is this about? And neither one of us knew. And it was like, well, we're gonna do something for the geographic area. So we'd like for the two of you to lead a regional effort to ensure that through the entire Southern California region, is implementing ethnic studies and doing so with fidelity. And so Julie and I were like, well, we were already meeting anyway, we were already exchanging information. And so we organically started to develop systems and just started putting systems into place to be able to support the other county offices in the Southern California region. And so as we then all of a sudden comes the idea that there's going to be a grant. And so it was like, and for us, we were like, okay, well, let's get started, because we've already started, so we can use what we're doing as a model for the state. And so I'll let Julie chime in a little on our journey. We wanted to tell our collective story so that you could hear how what we organically developed has turned into something that we will be able to model for the entire state of California. So that's pretty exciting. Julie, anything? And you're still muted.
I can jump in, Talisa, when we get to the contract.
Oh,
slide.
absolutely. Okay, sounds great. So I just wanted to kind of give you a little bit of a background on how we organically started our collaborative efforts, coming up with instructional designs and curricular resources to support. And here's our region. Our region is San Diego, San Bernardino, Riverside County, Orange County, and Imperial County. So these are the 5 areas that we started naturally. I believe we started back in August, just meeting regularly, providing resources. As a result, many of our region have already started with their listening campaigns. They also started with their collaboratives. They started looking at what's going well in each of their respective districts in their counties. And so we've already started to kind of develop that prior to knowing that there would be a grant. And so now we're kind of continuing with those systems. Okay, thank you.
So this is just a close-up picture of what Talisa just shared with you on the previous slide. So you can see that there are 7 regions, geographic lead regions. These are for all of the geographic lead work around the state. And then different counties are leads on different topics. For example, Riverside and San Diego are the leads in our region for equity, and that is how we started with the ethnic studies. And this is the model that we used for this project that we're going to tell you about here on the next slide. So when this contract came down from CDE to a county office, the task, and they really had it very mapped out, was to, you can see the deliverables there at the bottom. They were requesting professional learning. It's a 2-year project, and to create some kind of ethnic studies hub that would live beyond the scope of these 2 years. All, open source, free access. So this is the plan that we came up with in our partnership with Riverside and San Diego, is to map it on to the GeoLead work that's already being done. So we would be able to create these statewide, regional, local systems of support for high quality ethnic studies implementation. So we have 57 county offices across the state. And our task is really to align research and best practices to make this happen. And so initially, in preparation for this contract, this grant project, Talisa and I surveyed our region, our 5 county offices of ed, to see where the kind of the buckets are for the work to happen. And those were the ethnic studies model curriculum, because that is what CDE is funding to scale, and high school ethnic studies courses. So you can see there we have, coming to both of our and all across our region, we have ethnic lit courses, ethnic studies in high school. There's a wonderful work happening in VAPA in world languages. We've had a great cohort of world language teachers. What would the design for this look like? So the design process, really that continuous improvement cycle, and the heart and soul of ethnic studies, which is that community informed piece. And of course, the systems improvement. And then although this contract was focused on high school, we did not want to leave out our K-8 folks that are doing just incredible work. We have professors at San Diego State that are working in ethnic studies and dual language contexts. And so we definitely wanted to highlight that piece there, the VAPA work, other ethnic studies, elementary pathways, even right down to preschool and TK. So that would be another kind of bucket there. And what we'll do now that we have been tasked with this project is soon as we start in July, we will gather this data across the state as well to be able to see, are these still the 4 areas? Do we need to adapt? And so big picture, we're gonna have, if you're thinking like, how can I participate in this? Well, you can. We will have work groups on these different topics. If you think about what is your passion project around ethnic studies, it should fit into one of these areas, or if it's not on here, we need to get it on here, because any of these resources we want to have available for educators to use in classrooms at school sites. If you're creating programs, if you're writing board policies. And so we will have these work groups that will consist of educators, community organization folks from our IHEs, and then we'll also have an advisory that will be a much smaller group of ethnic studies experts that will guide us and make sure that everything is aligned to what the CDE is requesting. And of course, all of this, like I mentioned, is in service of the CDE's ethnic studies model curriculum. So the idea is to really have a voice and a place for everyone to participate in, across these 7 regions and 57 county offices, and to build these systems and processes. And one of the tools that we'll be using is this very robust and dynamic design process that we have been using in San Diego across our 42 districts for quite a while now. It's called Liberatory Design for an Equity Process. It's out of Stanford and the National Equity Project. So it's really about taking a deep dive into our practice and into our improvement work, and empathizing, going out and finding out who are our students, kind of what I shared with you, what we did with the student panels, having it come from the communities, come from our students, being able to then kind of identify and define what it is that that we're saying, to go back out and ask the questions that need to be asked, and constantly coming back to the center there of noticing and reflecting, imagining what is the ideal state? What is the ideal state for ethnic studies across the state of California? We have the opportunity to build this. And then we get to prototype. We try on our units of instruction, our lessons, and we come back and we see what worked, what didn't work, what needs to be adopted. And it's this very iterative process. So this is just a little dip your toe in the water of what is to come for these 2 years, but we are super excited to create this really dynamic process. And ultimately on the Ethnic Studies website or hub, there will be all kinds of resources about it. Everyone will be able to click into their region and see what are the university connections, what are the university programs, what, this month, what is happening that is free and not free, like where can I go to get more education on ethnic studies? And then of course the professional learning component that will be 7 sessions throughout the 2-year process. Those will all be open source and then later housed on the Ethnic Studies Hub website. So I hope that was clear. So go ahead, Lisa. Go ahead.
I was going to say we have another equity pause for you all. We want to know what your next steps are as you move forward with the initiative of ethnic studies, and not just that it's an initiative. And as you see, my background says it's more than just a graduation requirement. What are your next steps as you move forward with implementing ethnic studies? And then what might you need in order to take those next steps? So we can take a few minutes to do that. I'm gonna try to see if I can find my music. So Dr. Frank is telling us that his next steps are to continue building courses and infrastructure at LBCC and plan these types of events so we can work together building ethnic studies throughout the state. So yes, thank you so much. Will, speaking from K-12 perspectives, one step is building teacher capacity. We have professional development with a focus on foundational knowledge, pedagogy, and praxis. Yes, thank you. Dominique agrees with that. So we always ask for action items. We want to make sure that we're not in this case just talking about ethnic studies and equity. We want to ensure that we leave with some action items. So anytime we give anytime Julie and I step into a space with our collaboratives and with the collaboratives throughout the region, we are always inquiring as to what are your next steps and how can we be supportive and what are your action items. And that is how we're going to move forward with ensuring that we implement with fidelity and not just checking a box. And so our goal is to ensure that we provide whatever resource, whatever support necessary for schools and districts, and as well as the university, whoever we need to provide that support for, we're here, we're willing. We want everyone to know that we are, we hear the voices, we hear our students' voices, we hear our Native American community, we hear your voices, we see you, and we want to validate you. And that is the goal of ethnic studies. And that's why we are super excited to definitely be leading this initiative. And I'll let Julie chime in, because we would not be leading without a leader. So let me let Julie chime in on who's leading our leadership.
So for the Project CRESC, a project that we just told you about, that will be the statewide 2-year project, the SDCOE Senior Director of Equity, Dr. Fabiola Bagula, will be our director on this project as well. So she will be meeting with the CDE on a regular basis, and Talisa and I will be the co-lead advisors for this project. So we just wanted to kind of introduce you to Dr. Bagula.
Thank you for that.
And we also just wanted to pop in the chat. We have our equity conference that was going to be held in January. We moved it to May in San Diego. It will be in person, and we'd love to see you there. So we'll put in that information.
Yeah. And I'll put that in a little bit, but what we'll also, what you don't see on the screen is Riverside County Office of Education also will be having a conference, and it's the Excellence Through Equity Conference, which I don't have the flyer, but we can make sure you get it. And I put the link earlier, and I'll put it back in again for actual registrations. They are open. It's open. You're welcome to register now for that conference as well. We really just want to be able to provide support in any capacity. And you can reach myself and Julie Goodman in our district office, emails. I am an administrator for equity and access here for the Riverside County Office of Education. And I'm excited to say that I'm also an extension of San Diego County, because I will be co-leading with Julie Goldman for the entire state of California as we implement Project CRESC, which is our passion and our efforts to ensure that the state has what's necessary in order to implement with fidelity. And so you can see, you can reach me at tsullivan@rcoe.us. And you can reach Dr. Julie Goldman at jgoldman@sdcoe.net. We are grateful, and we are glad to answer any questions or whatever it is that you need for support. And we'll put that in the chat in just a moment. Julie, anything else?
Thank you for holding this space together. And if it would be possible, some of these comments of your next steps would be wonderful data points for the beginning of this work, if that would be possible to get those.
So thank you. Back over to Dr. Frank. Thank you, Dr. Frank. Thank you for having myself and Dr. Julie in this process. We are grateful to be able to provide this information. And I also don't want to neglect that I do also see some other individuals that are with our regional collaborative, and it's the Thomas sisters are also with our region, amongst other people. I see Will also, but I wanted to make sure to acknowledge those ladies because they have been there from day one. So thank you. We have plenty of you that are on, but I didn't want to miss my two ladies. Thank you.
Absolutely. So first, obviously, if this is in person, I'd say give them a big round of applause. So let's do a big virtual round of applause for our amazing speakers, Dr. Julie Goldman, Dr. Talisa Sullivan. I'm very humbled to have them here and the great work that they're doing with CRESC. So one, I did get a private message about information from your slide. So if you don't mind, maybe afterwards we can see about getting some of this in, and we will try to provide as much of the information from these presentations that you see today on the LEAD website. You can also reach out again to Dr. Goldman or Dr. Sullivan specifically through their email for that resource and information if that is something that you're requiring. With that, so we do have a couple of minutes before we transition on to the next session. Did anybody have any quick questions before I turn it over to Mary in terms of how we're going to see the tentative layout of the schedule? Looks like
Frank, I wanted to add something really quick.
Go right ahead.
We put in the chat, and maybe we'll put it up again so it keeps coming up, the Facebook page for this Ethnic Studies Summit. And what we do is periodically, as some of the quotes that are being gathered up in the chat, we post them on the page. So your name will be there with your quote, And you're welcome to tag yourself or add additional information. Also for our presenters, if you want to, gather those, you can gather them from the Facebook page. But we will also be saving the chat. And so the chat, all the quotes that are in the chat will be saved, and those will be shared with the presenters and even the attendees if that's desired, if the folks want, everybody wants access to the chat. So if you're missing the links and you're not getting all the events and you're panicking about not being able to copy those over, don't worry. We're going to save the chat, and that information will be shared with the entire body. So I just wanted to let folks know that.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of our contacts, Dr. Murillo's, Ms. Valdemar's, myself, are all on all of the information from the slide. So if you ever need to, feel free to reach out to us at any point in time for the information or follow-ups or connections with folks. We will have a time to network during the break. So, obviously after the next sessions are over, you'll be able to reconnect with our presenters or any other folks that are a part of this session. So feel free to hang out afterwards or after this first set of sessions. So that way, if you want to connect with people, share resources, share information, get contacts, all that good stuff, we'll have plenty of time for that. So I'll stop for now. I'll turn over to Mary to talk about the tentative layout for the sessions, and then we'll get into our first set of breakouts.
Thanks, Frank. I also wanted to give room for questions. So if folks have questions, raise your hand or use the icons to ask a question. And I wanted to just ask a question before we move on to the agenda for both of our presenters. Either of you can answer. Can you talk to us a little bit about, this was very educational, administrator focused, So tell us a little bit more about how you see this work trickling down into the community and maybe coming more to a community connection rather than just the classroom. How do you see this trickling and spilling over into our families, our neighborhoods, our community?
Want me to take that one, Talisa? Great. That's a great question. And that will be an integral part of this work, but the task that the CDE was requesting was really clear about building the systems, the regional and statewide systems, but we made sure that with our approach, when Talisa and I were brainstorming this and mapping it onto the geographical regions, we made sure that what we were doing, it's kind of scaling up what we're already doing, this very organic process that we shared. So each region will be meeting just like Talisa and I have, and with their 5 or 6 or however many county offices they have in their region, then each county will go back and hold a monthly collaborative, just like Talisa does in Riverside and we do in San Diego. And that's where we're meeting with our district leaders. We have community organizations that join us. That's where teachers show up into those spaces. And so it's really the design of that space. And that's not a professional learning space. That's a collaboration space. That's where we come together, we share what we're currently working on in the classroom, in our communities. Probably of that hour, more than 30 minutes is collaboration time. Is people actually in breakouts, and they go to grade span and job alike breakouts. We capture all of that, and then we offer additional times for folks to reconnect. And also because we do need more people doing this work, that it's, a lot of what I get is districts, organizations will call and say, I need XYZ. Do you know who else is doing this work? And I can just point them in the right direction. Or then parallel to that, we've been really trying to build our relationships with the IHEs who do have the expertise to lead us through this complex work. And so with that, we know who's specialized in what areas. And so that absolutely, ethnic studies has to be community centered, and that is the intent to be able to go to our communities and adapt it for our communities, but also to build these statewide structures.
And I'll chime in as well, Mary. And thank you for that question, because you know it's important. We know it's important to hear the voices of the community. And one of the reasons why Dr. Julie and I are so excited to be leading this process is because we've seen what we've done naturally. No one asked us to step in. No one asked us to invite the Native American community in. No one asked us to go. And I'm not saying that to say that anyone should have to, but I'm just saying, even if they asked us, we would have gone, but we organically, naturally did it. And then it started coming down. Okay, then we started getting the instructions to make sure that you have this happening. And it's like Julie and I are looking at each other. We're right on target, because we're inviting in our communities, and we're doing it from a community perspective, but also talking to the region about how are you including the populations that have been historically and traditionally underserved in your communities and in the United States. And so we are really eager to ensure that we don't miss out on voices, and we know the impact. And so unfortunately, I'll say that is liable to happen, but we come to spaces like this, we involve ourselves with individuals who will guide us and say, hey, you missed the population in your community. Hey, and so that we can mitigate the damage. And I say that in such a humble way, if I could, because nobody's perfect, but that doesn't mean that there isn't an impact on the community that has been underserved or missed. And so we look to our communities, we look to our partners. And so as much as we involve the IHGs and as much as we involve the districts and the schools, we look to involve the community as well. So hopefully we do that. And if we don't, then what we would like is for our community to say, my voice isn't heard, can I be a part of that collaborative? And we say to that, absolutely.
And one thing I'll mention to kind of tie this all together, and what's been the impetus of Mary, Dr. Murillo, and myself's kind of impetus for this type of work is to create more of these spaces. I mean, obviously COVID hindered a lot of this. We've had this on, kind of delay for a couple of years, but we will see more and more of these happenings. Obviously we see Dr. Goldman and Dr. Sullivan creating those equity conferences, for a regional space, but we will do more of these pieces so we can have more of these listening sessions happen. And we do want to ensure that we are doing the work of going into communities, working within communities. And I saw it mentioned earlier in the chat of bringing ethnic studies into non-educational spaces so that community orgs can also be doing this work for people who are out of K-12 spaces or cannot afford to go into higher ed, whether that be in community college, university spaces, all of the above. So we will see more and more of these happening, and definitely, you all being here gives us more impetus and more reason to continue these things, right? We want to keep doing this. This is not, I said this, I think last year when we had LEAD 2.0, or not last year, but the last time when we had LEAD 2.0, is that I didn't want LEAD 2.0 to be the end game. I wanted it to be the beginning. So I hope that as we, see the power and the presence of all the people here and the continued growth of just the participants within the short hour, that this shows people really want these opportunities, and we'll do more of these in the future. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mary to talk a little bit about the next sessions, and then we'll go ahead and get into our breakout rooms.
So can you all see my screen? Oops. Are you all able to see that? Yeah, okay,
yes,
great.
we see it.
Okay, so we have just a little brief schedule that we're showing here. We started our keynote at 9:15. We're going to be going into breakout sessions at 10 o'clock, which is right now. The breakout session information is in the chat. There's breakout 1 and breakout 2. So you can read about the two breakout sessions. And those will align with the room. So there'll be breakout room 1, which will match the first session, and breakout room 2, which will match the second session. And Frank has set those up for us. So you can go down to your Zoom screen and you'll see a little box that has breakout rooms. And that's where you can move to those breakout sessions. If you have any technical challenges, I will be staying in the main room, so I could help move you to a room if you're having trouble maneuvering that. For our tech, they will also be assisting folks in moving to breakout rooms or being in the breakout room if you're not sure if you're in the right one. And so you can ask them if you have any questions or anything else you need. Then we'll be doing our breakout from 10 to 11:30, and we'll be taking that little break at 11:30 for a half an hour. And then we'll be joined by our afternoon keynote speaker, Ed Gomez, who is one of our Chicano history, Native history professors at San Bernardino Valley College. And he's tasked with revving us up after you grab your lunch so that we don't have that afternoon lull, and we can keep the fire and conversation going. Hopefully keep you inspired for the PM breakout session, which will start around 12:20, 12:15, 12:20, and we'll be closing remarks at 1:45. So that's a kind of brief overlook of our schedule. So folks can start selecting their breakout rooms. That would be great. And if there are any questions, let me know or let us know in the chat. I'll be hanging out here to help folks who need that help.
Thank you. And if it's not obvious, just scroll down past the names, then you'll see the options and you can choose your option. But you have to go down on the bottom under the names. See you guys in a bit.
So Jose is going to be our tech person if we need anything, and then, or sorry, not Jose. So Jose, hang tight for right now because I'm going to still have you work on the teacher ed panel. So just know that I'll have you there for that. And then, yeah, so David. So I'm going to go just quickly down the line. It'll be Gustavo. Obviously, Kay and Kim are on the same Zoom, so we don't have two Zooms, so that's awesome. I'm going to pin all you, so you'll be always the feature of that. And then Liliana and David will kind of run through the line. So, and if you need me to share anything, you know, feel free. We'll kind of go from there. So we'll give folks a minute to kind of hop in. So let me make sure I pin you. And Liliana and Thomas twins and David. Give it a minute. Make sure I have it's your thing. Stop it. Oh. Looks like we're getting people going to places. All right. Sorry, we'll give it a minute. It looks like people haven't made their selections yet.
Room
Recording
1,
in progress.
and a thumbs up if you want room 2. I can move you over myself.
So I'm trying to scroll up just to review which one was 1 and which one was 2. Can you just do a really quick recap, please?
Oh, sure. 1 was teaching ethnic studies, why and what. And 2 was ethnic studies, pedagogies, and promising practices.
Thank you.
Hello, Mary. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Hi, Mary. Listen, I'm interested in group number 2, the pedagogy.
We're waiting. Got a couple folks kind of figuring it out. Give it a second, and then looks like they're gonna have to do that. Let me see if I can help out.
Hey, Frank, I think they don't know how to get to a breakout room.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the other main room and see if I can help them out in terms of sorting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me a second, sorry.
Recording in
Marcia
progress.
too.
I went Maria 2, Velma Ibarra.
I'm sorry, shouldn't I get an option to go into 2? Because I'm still not.
Some people are not getting that. If you just tell us, we can move you. So Julie, I'll put you in 2.
Okay.
And then Consuelo in room 1. I still didn't get in yet either.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. This is Robert. I've still not seen anything. Sorry.
Okay, Robert. I'll try again.
Thank you, Mary.
Berta Jimenez, room 2.
Got it, Berta. Okay. Velma Ibarra.
Robert, you should see, y'all
Yeah,
should
just-
see a pop-up. There you go. There you go.
Yolanda, where would you like to go? Well, where can I send you?
Henry, which room? 1, okay.
Hello, this is Bertha Barraza. I'm looking for the teachers panel that starts at 10 o'clock.
Yes. Which panel? The pedagogy one?
When Gustavo Flores is there.
Okay.
I got it right now. I
move
just sent her an invite for room 1.
Thank you.
Okay.
If you all can do this on your screen, either a 1 or a 2, that might help us as well. As you can either put it in the chat because we can go through and see, and just hold it up. Just keep holding it up and we'll look at your name. That'll help us too. A couple of different things. Thank you. Let's see. Gloria, what's your last name?
Hernandez.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Okay, so we're starting to get folks in, so I want to get things going just for time, but they're getting it sorted out. I don't know why folks didn't get the immediate option just to hop into rooms. So sorry for the tech stuff. Unfortunately, Zoom and the lack of benefit of live and in person, but we'll make the best of what we got. So if you're joining us today, this is going to be the teaching ethnic studies panel. I have some really great people on today who have been teaching ethnic studies for a very long period of time, over a decade, that can really speak to the work and the impact on students. Part of the reason why I wanted to have this session specifically, aside from the fact that I just really respect all of the people that are going to be presenting today, is the centrality of my dissertation research was on the academic impact and social impact of ethnic studies in K-12 students. And so I always am remiss whenever I hear, folks who talk about what this looks like in the classroom and how it actually affects students. So with that, we'll have a variety of folks talking. So I just want to kind of give a quick overview of who's speaking today and then what our kind of guiding questions are. However, just as a kind of footnote, we are not bound to these questions. These are just kind of prompted discussion points to get things going. However, for our speakers, feel free to share anything that's important to you about the work that you've been doing. And then And secondly, for all of our attendees, feel free to ask any question that you have. Field that to me specifically in a DM, or at the end, if we have time, of course, we'll make space to have these types of conversations. So with that, let me go ahead and introduce our panel. First, we're going to have Dr. Gustavo Flores from Norte Vista High School. He's been leading the effort for Alvord Unified on ethnic studies and teaching Chicano studies, I believe, for about 7 years now, Gustavo?
Yes. Yeah.
Years. So been doing really great work and doing work with Puente alongside that. I have the Wonder Twins, Karen and Kim Thomas from Valverde Unified School District, who've been doing great work. Been doing just amazing work there, leading the charge on integrated ethnic studies with U.S. history, race, and gender, and have been teaching race and society, and been doing a lot of other collaborative work in terms of curriculum development. So we'll be hearing a lot from their work. I have Liliana Casarubias from Rialto, who's going to be speaking about her work and her journey to build ethnic studies within Rialto Unified, and David de la Garza, who's just been doing instrumental work over at Coachella Valley under the tutelage of Johnny Gonzalez and their leadership. And I always want to give a big shout out to Coachella Valley, just because they have one of the most robust ethnic studies programs, all 4 grade levels, variety of subject matters, and really have been just kind of the touchstone and testament to what we can do with ethnic studies across the K-12 space. So I want to first kick off with Gustavo, then I'm gonna go to Kay and Kim. I'll have Liliana go third, and then David second. So with that, let me share screen for Gustavo, because he sent me his slides, so he wanted me to kind of prompt that, and then we will go from there. Give me 1 second, and I will present as soon as my computer stops being slow. Oh, you know what? Slideshow. There we go. Okay, and take it away. Sorry, computer flag. There we go. All right, take it away, Gustavo.
All right, gracias. So let me just lower this so I can see the screen. So thank you guys. My name is again Gustavo Flores, Dr. Flores. My kind of topic here is looking at the community cultural wealth and validation theory and pedagogical tools in ethnic studies, and also the Puente LA classroom. I teach Chicano studies in Alvord Unified School District. I taught at La Sierra High School. Now I'm particularly at Norte Vista High School. I'm also the Puente English teacher, Puente coordinator, and I also adjunct English classes at Riverside City College. So I'm just, here's some pictures of some of my students in the past. I'll just say next, Dr. Perez, so you can go to the next slide. Thank you. So I wanted to start off like, why do I teach ethnic studies? And so I was thinking about this, and I always go back to my familia, and I think that a lot of us do, right? And so, you jumped ahead, Dr. Perez? You're jumping ahead? Yeah. Okay, so I think of the stories of my family. Both my parents were born in Mexico, and my siblings and I having to navigate the educational American system in the Inland Empire. And all of us, I'm one of the twins right there. And then there's also another, my younger brother who my mom is pregnant with at that time. And so, so in many ways, our cultural identities were excluded in classroom spaces, and we didn't, we didn't know or learn how to empower ourselves. And throughout the years, we've had this like common thread of what our educational experiences were like or not supported. And even working with the community that I work at, I work in the community I actually graduated from. So that's kind of an interesting thing too. So ethnic studies provides a pathway for students to celebrate their identities and to tell their stories. Can we go to the next slide? So how do I do this, right? How do I get students to tell their stories? And what I'm going to share with you is a culmination of what we do throughout the whole year. So I use the community cultural wealth as a framework. So in this, I want to answer like, what theoretical frameworks do I practice in the classroom, and how does it engage and empower BIPOC students? And so I also wrote my dissertation on this too. So it's a great framework. Can we go to the next slide? So if you're not aware of the community cultural wealth model, I encourage you to use this. I'm just going to, peruse, I put this infographic together, and I'm just going to quickly talk about it. There are 6 community cultural wealth models that Dr. Terioso put together. The first one is aspirational capital, which are the hopes and dreams of students. Linguistic capital, the many ways that we speak, both in not just like being bilingual, but in our communities and celebrating that. Familial capital is the cultural knowledge nurtured through family. It's the support we get with our families. And then social capital, which is the networks that people and the people and community resources support peers and community. Navigational capital, teaching students how to navigate the system, not just in social institutions, but the educational system. And then resistance capital, the knowledge and skills fostered through oppositional behavior, and how to teach students to gain their own self-efficacy. So let's, next slide. So I couple this with validation theory, Dr. Laura Rendon's theory, and there are 6 tenets to this, or 6 elements, and validating is enabling, it's confirming, and it's supportive, and especially during these times as we're inching our way out of the pandemic. Like, students need a lot of this, and so the first one is it's initiated inside and outside of classrooms by agents that foster academic and interpersonal development. Number 2, in the presence of validation, underserved students feel capable of learning. And number 3, it's a prerequisite for students to develop their learning. And number 4, it happens inside and outside of the classroom. It's also a process rather than an outcome. And the most important one is that it is necessary early in a student's academic career in order to persevere and towards success. So the next slide, I want to share with you what it looks like. So if we can go to the next slide. So these are validating moments in my experiences with students, and I really want to center really quick the one in the center. We have students from Norco College, the Puente program, that come and speak to our students every year. And so right here, the one in the middle, a counselor from Norco College is speaking to Roberto, and I just wanted to say, he is what we've been trying to do at Norte Vista High School. The students take an ethnic studies class, and he went to Norco College, was part of the Puente program, part of the Men of Color, part of MECHA, and today he is now majoring in engineering at Cal State Long Beach. So that's what mentoring looks like. We just recently had Jose Medina, our Assembly Member Jose Medina, authored the Ethnic Studies Bill, come and spoke to our students. We took students to UCLA, and we specifically did a people of color tour. And this student over here at the top left, he was a student from, he grew up in Moreno Valley, so he was really pleased to see us there at UCLA. We do a lot of restorative justice circles. So you can see like how students, when we start our restorative justice circles, they share their work at validating them. And so these are just a few moments of what it looks like when you validate students. So in the next slide, I'm going to share with you how applying the community cultural wealth. So this is like the culmination of what we do in Chicano studies after they learn all the different movements and history. I asked students like how, we play Loteria on Fridays, not every Friday, but we get back into Loteria. Kids grew up playing this. And so with this piece, I teach them how to start deconstructing images within the Loteria game. So in this activity, students are asked to define, identify, and deconstruct power, race, class, and gender in the images in the Loteria game. This is an introductory to the Loteria Language and Identity Portrait project that we're actually doing right now to show how labeling and social construction works through games like Loteria. And so I really emphasize that we are constantly being socially constructed at how we see the world through video games, through even like what happened last night on the Oscars, right? It's just tragic. All these images that are always thrown at us, the music and all this stuff. And so through this game, they learn what it means to social construction. So I'm going to share with you the next part. there's two parts to this. The students have to create a loteria image of someone in their that they want to mirror, someone positive. We want to create these positive images of folks in our community. And so they have to draw a picture of the person in action and then create a name to honor that person. And so you can see some of the examples here that I'm showing with you. We can get back to this later because I just want to make sure that my part is taken. So the very powerful, I just want to center really quick, the one in the middle, La Lesbiana, this student, you know, she didn't even draw her girlfriend's face because in fear, right? So even then, we tried to create these inclusive spaces and she didn't feel liberated enough to even share what her girlfriend looked like. And then even like La Abuelita. So these are all very powerful images. And when we present this in our social justice circles, it doesn't go without, like, I mean, tears are coming out. And so I also share my loteria. Like I said, part of the ethnic studies class, like at the beginning, we have to find spaces for students to tell their stories. And I do this as well. And it does get very emotional. I remember one student, like when she was sharing hers, she said, she was crying, talking about the experiences she had at a private, pretty much all white school. And she even said, I didn't even know that Chicano studies was a class I needed to take, that I needed to open this door. I just want to share the one right here at the center, Las Gemelas. I thought this one was really powerful. She drew a picture of her herself looking at her mom. And when we saw this picture, we thought it was her. And so like even, you know, it was like herself looking at her mom. Very powerful picture. And then the next slide. So I just wanted to, during the pandemic, I was like, how am I going to do this? How am I going to replicate building the community cultural wealth community through, and so we did this through silent presentations. And so here's one example. I created a shared document with all of the portraits on here. And so this student wrote about La Trabajadora, and then each student had to comment. We spent one period where students just commented on all of them. This was their bullet points. I'm not going to read it all, but you get the idea. Like the second bullet point, you know, the drawing shows someone who came from Mexico and is hardworking. I see the navigational capital here. Down to the second bottom one, the drawing shows a woman who is proud of her culture and her work. This drawing shows that this woman is not afraid to show that she is Mexican. And then on the second day, I have students write their name underneath all the comments and then tell us why they drew this. And I just want to read this to you. The woman in the center of the drawing is my mother, who is, and I can't read because there's the comments there right now. She is wearing a sun hat that because she works in the sun, I can't read it, the comments covering this. But you see what I'm talking about here? She is hardworking, hence the title La Trabajadora. Moreover, I put the colors of Mexican flag in the background to represent the country she was born in and the pride she and I have. And the number represents the day that she was born. And so you can see how we bring this together. The second part to this project is students are now empowered to share their stories, and then they write a counter narrative or a testimonio. And so that's what we're doing next. I just wanted to share this really quick. As we do this work, we share, we start at the beginning of the year, reading this poem, Our Abuelos, the trees connected to the community cultural wealth. And the next slide. So students, and this comes out of some of the work that Johnny's crew is doing up at Desert Mirage. They have a really awesome ethnic studies program. And one of the things that I picked up from them was creating the community cultural wealth tree. Students, we start this at the beginning of the year. And I have them take a survey. I can share all of this stuff with you. I mean, that's a whole nother presentation itself. But basically, students create a fruta where they identify their strength, and then their semilla where, and it's none of it is negative. It's all power. It's all focusing on empowering students and building their confidence. So if we look at the next slide, you can see what it looks like. So at the top, you know, students write the community cultural wealth that they have that is their strength from the survey that they take that I can provide with you later. And then they write their semilla, the one that they want to grow. And so you can see the two examples and then have them write symbols and images that represent themselves. So the next slide. And so I wanted to present these resources for you. If you're new to the community cultural wealth, these are the two seminal articles, especially Whose Culture Has Capital, a critical race theory discussion of community cultural wealth from Dr. Yoso. And then the other one, the validation theory, validating cultural diverse students. And there she goes, Dr. Lara Rendon goes over this. And so I put these two together, and I can't emphasize that students need validation. We need validation right now as well, right? And then the last slide, I just wanted to provide this for you, a selection of my ethnic studies practice resources. So I use all of these. This year, I really got into cultivating genius in the center. But these are some of the works that, some of the books that I've read to kind of inform my instruction, especially, the center of it all, right? Pedagogy of the oppressed. So that's my part. Thank you for listening.
Really powerful stuff. Again, if you have more questions, feel free to pop those in the chat. I'll try to field those as best as possible, and I'll get back to those at the end. And with that, I'll turn it over to the amazing Thomas sisters.
Greetings, welcome everyone. I'm going to go ahead, Frank, and share our screen so you can see what we're seeing. Okay, can you all see that? Hopefully, yes. Can you guys see our screen? Okay, good. Okay, thank you. So thank you. We're following a great Dr. Gustavo Flores. You did a fantastic job, and we're just going to go ahead and add to it. We're going to come in at a different slight angle, where we're going to talk to you about how do you blend an existing history course and put ethnic studies embedded in it. So we're going to kind of talk to you about that so that you can see how that can be done, because we also teach a freestanding ethnic studies course, but we just want everyone to have options so that they can kind of see how it all can unfold with ethnic studies in the graduation requirement. So anyway, my name is Kimberly Thomas.
I'm Karen Thomas.
And we are social science educators as well as ethnic studies educators. And we've been educators just in the public education realm for over 18 years. So we take a lot of the expertise of just, hit and misses throughout our educational career and just kind of evolved a way of being able to implement curriculum that has been around forever. Because I want to clearly say in history, where we mostly taught, we have something called the framework, the history social science framework, and it has ethnic studies embedded in it. It's just teachers and districts maybe hadn't been focusing on it. So what we want to do is come at an angles where we're going to show you how to bring it up so that it's very obvious, and so that everyone is involved and everyone's culture voice is represented in our subject and included. So that's just who we are. We love history, we love inclusivity and social justice. So we're just going to take you through a bit of how our process is. Okay, so here we go. We first want to kind of begin. Do you want to talk about this?
Yeah, basically we'll begin with the timeline. Now, at our district at Val Verde Unified School District, this is what you're seeing on the screen is the timeline and how we actually implemented ethnic studies. So you can see all the way in 2018 and 19, that is when our school board decided that they wanted to make ethnic studies a graduation requirement. It hadn't been made yet. It was on the floor and being voted upon, but it actually wasn't something that was done. But they decided to go ahead of that and make it a graduation requirement for the class of 2023, which for us, we're sitting with those students in our classrooms right now. So that's how our journey kind of really started to begin in our district at Val Verde, is through our board. They're the one that actually started to make this a graduation requirement. And then came us teachers, high school, history high school teachers, and really other teachers all around. Then we started to have meetings with other history teachers throughout the entire district and just discuss, what does it mean to bring this in? What is ethnic studies? How would this look? Does it need to be in a existing class? Should it be a freestanding class? All of these discussions happened in this meeting that we brought all of the history teachers first in, because this is where we thought we were going to go with it and put the course in. So that happened about spring of 2019. And then we went on and started to form a committee throughout the entire district, and our district office put out the call to anyone that wanted to be on the committee. So it could have been a teacher, someone in the actual district office, a community member, a student, counselors, parents, everyone that wanted to be involved could come into this committee and just hear what we were talking about, get their voice, get whatever it is that they wanted from this course, and we all kind of hash it out and break it down. So that was the process between 2019 to 2020. And then came distance learning. the ball that came in and kind of knocked us off a little bit. We were really heading and going straight forward, and then it kind of didn't make us go back, but we had to regroup and pivot, our favorite word at this point. We had to pivot real quickly because of the distance learning. What we had planned was in person, all these various different activities, different meetings, and none of that could actually happen when we were taken out and put into distance learning. So we pivoted and made the best that we could at that time, still implementing the ethnic studies, but having to do it in a very different way than what we actually had planned, especially in the committee. And then 2021 and 2022 came along, and then we were able to come back together and hash out various different things, all the teachers that were involved and everyone else, and to start to get our various different modes of how we are going to have this come in with fidelity. And we believe that through various different assessments, through different curriculum, meetings, other planning things that we had, teachers were able to come back and start to hash this out after the whole distance learning. So we got delayed a little bit, but then we came back and regrouped, if you will, right around the 2021, 2022 year, which is right now. And then finally, as we're going into 2022, 2023, this is the graduation class that is going to be the one that's going to have to meet our ethnic studies requirement. And at this time, we can happily say there's ethnic studies is really pretty much embedded through a lot of areas in our district. We have it obviously in history, the course we're doing, which is race and gender. We have freestanding, two freestanding ethnic studies classes at this time. We have VAPA, the visual and performing arts, who are now doing courses that are ethnic studies focused. We, I believe, even have a math class that actually is coming up doing statistics and whatnot, that actually is going to bring this out and forward as well. So it's coming in after the delay, but we're still very prominent steamrolling this so that we really can have it fully embedded with full fidelity throughout our district. And we want to do a shout out to Coachella Valley, because those are the homies right there, because they showed us how to make it work. And so we went in, and I think it was in 2019, we went and we visited their school district. I strongly suggest that you do that. If you see that a school district is doing something you're very interested in, don't hesitate to reach out to them and see if you can come visit them for a day just to see how everything works. And they were so gracious with showing us exactly how to kind of set it up and how to, we call it, create a smorgasbord of all kinds of ethnic studies offerings. We really want to give them the heads up and the shout out for that, because they were very instrumental in helping us in our way. So that's kind of like the brief history. Wanted to tell you all that, especially for those of you who are starting from the very beginning. We wanted you to see how systematically you have to kind of be the foundation you have to kind of set up in order to implement it. And then from all of this, then we get into our classes. So what we're going to do for the remainder of us talking is just talk about our class and how we kind of set it up. And so we kind of go by the why. And why are we doing this? Because I think the why, and as we've all learned in credential program many moons ago, you have to have your why. And our why is obviously has always been for us diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice. And justice is probably one of their most important one, because everyone talks about equity and equality. Justice is ultimately what we're trying to get and obtain in the classroom, so that everybody has what they need in order to succeed. And we want to make sure we create an inclusive classroom so all students, regardless of their backgrounds or their cultures, feel comfortable to be able to share and learn in our space, we call it our sacred space. So that's kind of where we want to start off. Now, this is something that we worked with the dual language district department at our school district. It's the language acquisitions department, and we came up with this equity through cultural responsive roadmap. And I think this sums up pretty much where all of the ethnic studies classes lay their foundation, from being culturally responsive to practicing critical consciousness, super important, to fostering social emotional learning. That's really important. We'll come back to that, as well as standing for social justice. Because the one thing my sister and I are aware of, we could talk about everything that's going on or has gone on in history and inform the students of this, but we have to make sure that they are going to be capable of handling what they're hearing. Number one, that's social emotional. And are they going to feel empowered enough to feel like they can do something about it? Because I could tell you all about the atrocities, which we teach throughout history that has happened to all the targeted and really marginalized communities. But if I don't tell you that you can make a difference after I told you this happened, then kids kind of feel a little defeated. And that's what we found, and we knew we had to correct that. So that's the reason why we wanted to show you the roadmap, so you can understand. You do want to make sure you include all of these parts whenever you're creating any sort of topic or course, or even implementing it in your district, so that that way there's commonality and there's a foundation. Yeah. Okay. Very important. So that, once again, cultural responsiveness, practicing critical consciousness, fostering social emotional, and then standing for social justice. Yeah. Okay. And if you have any questions, you can always ask us in a second. The next thing we wanted to talk about is the pedagogical triangle, because with our content, we're teachers, we need to make sure that the students are actually learning in the way we would like them to learn. So this we kind of borrowed from Facing History and Ourselves, which is one of our favorite all-time websites. If you haven't ever visited, it's just fantastic. But it's their triangle that we actually use in our classroom, and making sure that we keep ourselves at a level we want to make sure the students are at. And that's the intellectual rigor, emotional engagement, and ethical reflection. And reason why we want all these things embedded in the course is because we want the students to have civic agency. We want them to know that, yes, I need to know this information. I need to be aware that these incidents are happening, but then I also need to know that I have the power to change things for the better. And we can't stress that enough. That empowerment, the empowerment is super important when we're talking with a lot of topics that are very triggering. And we want to make sure that and then also we want to make sure the rigor is there. I think a lot of rumors and a lot of mistruths is that when you teach ethnic studies, you dumb it down for some reason. Like somehow the kids are no longer going to be at a rigorous class because they're just going to be talking about their feelings all the time. And we just have to say that that's what we've heard. And that is absolutely not true. You still keep the rigor, you still keep the academic excellence. You just now embed the things that were missing before in education as we see it. Okay, and we wanted just to point that out as well. Now, what you're seeing right now on the screen are actually the things that our district came up with when we were in the committees that we talked about at the very beginning. And so the themes we needed to know is, okay, so if a course is coming in and they're wanting to either create an ethnic studies course or embed it, as in the case of my sister and I, okay, so what do they need to focus on that will make this truly an ethnic studies focused course with fidelity? And so the themes that you see here are the things that committee came up with, that we said that any course that says they're ethnic studies that's in our district or wanting to be created, they have to have these themes embedded in it. So culture, basically, who am I? How do I perceive race, class, gender? That's the questions that we're going to be asking the students about themselves and others in the course. And then barriers, social stratification. How are disenfranchised individuals resisting against unjust societal norms? This is the part of the justice that we actually bring to make sure that even though you're hearing these things and you're learning these very things that are not great, you actually are going to do something about it. So the barriers and social stratification comes in there. And then bias, okay? So what are the biases, stereotypes, prejudice, bigotry, homophobia? What are the various different things that are existing in our society right now? And what should we be doing about that? The students are going to be invested in finding that out. And then last, we lead with activism. And this is really where my sister and I really get the kids involved, and we start projects, civil engaged projects, but they have to go out and actually go into the community and do something that actually benefits the community in some way. And so this is the culmination of them learning all of these things, all the history, and now applying it into the community where they live, so that they understand that they are empowered to do so. So it's not just a classroom, that even when they are leaving school and they're graduating, they have the power to know they can make change in their community. So we definitely always want to leave them in what we decided to leave them with, which is activism. And so those are the themes. And then we always want to say, you always have to be, and this cannot be stressed enough. You have to check in with you first. Yes. As we're teaching, as we're educating, we're leading these students down to their own educational awareness. You need to know how you show up. Are you showing up with biases?
Are you showing up with hangups? Are you showing up with traumas? Are you showing up with triggers? And checking them and checking in with yourself and making sure you're good to be able to walk into that classroom and then engage with those students. And I don't think we do that enough as teachers or educators. And I think that's so important because we all have experienced many things in our lives, so much so we don't really know all of it, but we still need to know enough so that when we walk into that classroom, we don't bring something into the classroom that might actually aggravate students or actually might not be able to connect with students, all kinds of different things. So it's really important before you begin any course, and I think we all educators know this, but it just can't hurt to say it again, it's just checking in and seeing how you're showing up. It's part of that social emotional learning and awareness that we want the kids to have, but we also have to,
you have to be the example
ourselves, exactly. Now we go on to this. Now, as you're beginning your ethnic studies process for the districts that are beginning at the foundational level, you have to build trust and community before you can even really begin anything. And this is for our district came in the form of the Ethnic Studies Committee, where we had like-minded individuals coming together of all different types of backgrounds, political views, everything you could imagine was actually in this committee, and everyone giving their point and being heard about it. That is very important that you do that, because if you just go in this and just start to create everything with just a few and not really include everyone that was given a voice to do that, then you're gonna hit some friction, some resistance there. So trust and community are really two cornerstone things you're going to need to have before you even go forward in the ethnic studies journey at your district, or even in your classroom or in your school site. And then what my sister and I actually did for our kids, you want to explain this one for the social contract? This is called a social contract, and it can work in any communities. And I'm telling you, social contracts have been around for like years. We actually got this from our fabulous IC, Adriana Vargas. And we've been implementing it, but it's wonderful because what it does is it sets up a foundation of behaviors, expectations that you want in the classroom. Yeah. Because with ethnic studies, we already know we're going to get into some deep, really triggering conversations because we have to tell the truth. And sometimes the truth is not it can be painful. So we still have to be mindful that even though we're hearing something that's truthful, we have to respect. We have to still be kind. We still have to be able to be open. And you have to set that foundation, or I can't kid you not, you're going to be walking into maybe some behavioral problems because the expectation wasn't set first. So we just want to and mind you, all of this is because we've done it before. So we've learned. And so we're trying to make sure you don't fall or anybody falls into those pitfalls. But the social contract is absolutely fabulous. I'm just going to quickly click on the link and I'm going to get back. But it basically is, this is like a link, it's step-by-step of how you set up a social contract, where you work in the classroom, you get your kids to tell you the different things that they're expecting, they want to be treated from you, how they think they should treat you, how you would want them to treat you. So it just goes on. It's just the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And it breaks it out even further, where you literally list the different contracts, the different things you would want to be able to follow every day in the classroom. And like I said, this is something that most of us have done before. It's just something that we wanted to remind everybody it's important. Did you want to talk about that? Yeah, now this is the course that we've actually, my sister and I created, which is Race and Gender in U.S. History. This is the embedded ethnic studies in U.S. history. Now, this might be some of the directions that certain districts go. I know most of the districts that we actually were either researching or actually visited, they actually have a course that has ethnic studies embedded in it. So this is the course we actually came up with. And it wasn't as difficult as maybe we even imagine it to be, because as my sister said in the beginning, with the frameworks that are already a part of the state standards for California, it's already really there. It's just that we were not necessarily focusing in on those things, I'll freely admit, in our district as we should. This now makes it very pronounced that it can't go you are absolutely with fidelity going to teach this. And then what our district did do was the themes that you saw in the very few slides previous, the themes now make it so
that now you really need to make sure you're teaching the ethnic studies with the US history. Now, the resistance that we did get at the very beginning of this, because we did get resistance, we want to freely admit that, was, oh my God, we're going to run out of time to be able to teach everything. We're not going to be able to teach everything. US history has already got so many standards. Everyone knows who's taught US history, it does. And the way we got around that is you're going to let some stuff go. Some things that you might have taught before with, you know, all of the things thrown at it and to detail the battles and the dates, some of it you're going to just relax so that other things can come forward now. A good example would be World War II. Yes, I can't teach all the battles of World War II. I would love to, but I can't. But I'm going to teach about the Tuskegee Airmen. I'm going to teach about the Navajo Code Talkers. I'm going to teach about the 44th Japanese Regiment Infantry because how they sacrificed and they were one of the greatest reward. So I'm going to teach those individuals. So we're not giving up anything in history. We're just emphasizing the ethnic studies portion of a course. And so that's kind of like a good example of what we're talking about when we talk about that some things get more emphasized and other things kind of, you know, fall a little bit, not back, but they kind of rest on the side of it. Okay, yeah, and just making sure that with fidelity, you're implementing the ethnic studies. And then last thing, I'm just going to show you quickly, and then we're going to keep moving because I know we've got so many other great presentations. This is the year plan we created. It's in the PowerPoint as well. It is a monster beast. I'm not going to kid you, but it is there. And it took us about 2 years to be able to do, but we've painstakingly integrated ethnic studies in US history just to let you know that it can be done. So if people say, oh, no, it can't be, no, it can be done. And we have the year plan to kind of show anybody who's interested if you want to take a look at that a little bit later. All right. Now, quickly, we're going to go through these. I'm not going to click on them, but these are literally lessons that we created that are ethnic studies focused. Because in our course, we have an introduction to the theoretical foundations of ethnic studies before we even teach US history, so that makes sure we have the validity that it's an ethnic studies course. And these are some in the foundation. And these are some of the assignments we assign, from understanding their identity to intersectionality. What is that? We break it down and we explain it, to biases. We have a whole week on about biases and what they are and how they show up. So we do all of this even before even any history even gets taught, just to make sure we have the fidelity and the kids understand what ethnic studies is. So that's here too. And if you click on the link, you'll see that as well. But and then we have the courses that we've actually blended, and we wanted to show examples of two different assignments we did to blend US history. One is the preamble, because we're history and we the people, but not everybody was part of we the people. And a lot of people got left out. And so we take a DBQ journey with who are the ones who got left when they created We the People, when the founding fathers created it. And then our most favorite one that we just came up with was Malcolm X versus Patrick Henry. And both men were fighting for representation in government. But when Patrick Henry said it, he was good. But when Malcolm X says it, he's a radical, he's militant. Why? And so we take that journey with our students so they can understand the complexity of the nation that we live in, but we use two historical characters to do it. So these are just examples of what it is. I'm just going to click on the Patrick Henry one to show you. We don't have the student examples because we're in the process of grading them right now, because we just literally gave this assignment about a week ago. But it looks like this. It's just a DBQ. You could make it paper if you wanted to print it out and actually hand it to the students, or you could do it online like we have it here. But it's just different documents, and then they have to answer a 3-paragraph essay on why were the two men treated differently when they wanted the same thing, which was justice and representation in our nation. So that's that. I'm just going to go fast. So let's go ahead and quickly do the takeaways, because we kind of said a lot and we want to make sure that it's clear and that you understand. So we're going to start with yourself. I'll always start with yourself. Reflect on your individual identity, how you're showing up in the classroom. We want to make sure you create a safe space for learning in your classroom by implementing social contract and in creating those norms that are very important. So when we talk about the triggering conversations, kids know how to behave with that. Infuse personal reflections. Don't be ashamed to tell them or afraid to tell them. Be vulnerable. It's okay.
to tell them how you feel about it or your experiences. That's great. Kids will they already kind of can read it in you anyway. So you might as well just let them know, yeah, I had an issue with that when I talk about this topic, and let me tell you why. It's good, and that's what they're expecting from you. And then we have the next steps. And then after you're starting with that, the next steps is, remember the collaboration. You really do have to involve everyone, on all political spectrums, all different groups, kids, teachers, counselors, administrators. Get everyone involved in this, because there shouldn't be anyone left out. All people should have a voice in what is going to be created and brought through in your district. And then make sure you're using, which most people are doing, but just make sure an emphasis of culturally responsive, inclusive curriculum. Make sure that curriculum is talking about all groups. You're not leaving out certain groups because maybe we don't really talk about them that much. Bring them in and talk about them, okay? Let your students know they're being heard, okay? And then when planning your year plan, just break it down. As the case with our US history was so massive, so many different parts, we broke it up in smaller chunks, and it made it much more easier for us to get through the various different units that we needed to teach. So we also tell anyone that's wanting to do this work, make it smaller, break it down, and it'll be much more easier and more manageable. Yeah. And don't be afraid to include everyone, because we even just freely admitting, just quickly, just a side note that we learned today, we did include a lot of our Arab Americans. Arab Americans, and we have these beautiful students in our class, and we were like, we have them, but we're not emphasizing them. And I'm telling you this in a way of just being vulnerable, that I am still updating, and I'm still learning, and I'm still putting things in my ethnic studies courses. And I will be doing this as long as I teach this course. So I just want you to be mindful of that as well. You know, just don't forget to include people, so the students have a representation all in the classroom. It's so important to do that. The history class, these are some of the comments kids said, and then we're officially done. This history class is like watching a movie, because we try to make it as entertaining as we can, but you know, we still want them to learn. Class has taught me so much. It's one of the most informative classes I've taken. And last but not least, which is our favorite comment we got from our students, is that I learned a lot about the history of LGBTQ community in this class, which gave me the chance and the confidence to come out to everyone this month. And that one hit us in the heart, because we set up the space that they feel comfortable enough to do that. So that's all that we have. If you have any other questions, we have so much more to tell you, but we know we have a limited time. So don't hesitate to get in contact with us, or put some questions in the chat and we'll get to you. Thank you.
Us, the Thomas sisters, I have so much respect for them and humbled by all of their work. And I want to say that they've been instrumental in just developing this program from the ground up, alongside other Alberta Unified School District teachers. They just are just super, super amazing. So with that, I want to turn it over to Ms. Casarrubias from Rialto Unified School District.
Thank you. Thank you all for having me here. I unfortunately did not put a PowerPoint together, but I'll be talking a little bit about our personal experience at Rialto Unified. Jose Aguilar, Mr. Aguilar Lopez is here. He's also from Rialto Unified. So if you want to chime in, feel free. So we started this process 2018, 2019. Our superintendent and assistant superintendent decided there needed to be an ethnic studies course for our students to be able to be more engaged, to identify themselves with the curriculum. And there was a group of us that was formed. It was composed of 4 teachers from the four different high schools in the district. So it was Rialto Unified, Rialto High School, Carter High School, Eisenhower High School, and our continuation school, Myler Continuation School. We are all social studies teachers, social science teachers, and we had one Spanish language teacher. So we started to, just like the Thomas sisters, came up with the need, identified the need with the assistance, of course, of our great consultants, Veronica and Gabriel from Hecatal Wind Philosophies. So they essentially trained us for a year, through a year. It was a year-long process where we identified the need of the students, the pedagogy, and how we could create a curriculum that was relevant to the students, that had never had been done before, So we created a standalone ethnic studies course that's a year-long course in which we incorporated ethnic studies along with history, because we didn't have a history course that was relevant to the students. And so the process was a year long. We started the class very enthusiastic about the curriculum. And of course, we all know what happened in March. We got shut down, so we never got around to implementing the best part of the class, which is a YPAR, where the students will be working on a community-based project, identifying an issue that they feel is important to them and their community. Okay, I don't know exactly what happened, but.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead and continue, sorry.
So we are at the point where this is my third year teaching the ethnic studies class. Unfortunately, last year we couldn't do the YPAR, but it's been life-changing for myself and for my students. And I must say, we start off the day with a check-in, which has been so important. Every day we have a 1 through 10 check-in. Where are you today? If you want to share, they share. If they don't, they just say, I'm 5, I'm 6. And that helps build community. So it helps build community, and it lets me know where the students are. And then from there, we do a visual thinking strategy, which is usually a piece of art where they identify what they see, what they know, what they wonder. And from there, we start our curriculum. And just like you all said, it's very rigorous, very informative for a lot of these students. I did not realize how little they knew about our own history, the history of people of color. And so a lot of them truly enjoy coming to my class. A lot of them genuinely admitted that last year, the only reason why they came to school was to participate and be part of a class, the ethnic and social justice class, which was heartbreaking, thinking of the fact that they had to sit through 5 other courses they couldn't relate to. And so I don't want to take too much time, but I do want to read a poem. So one of my favorite activities is Cesar Chavez Ravine. So we cover the history of the Cesar Chavez Ravine. None of our students in Rialto Unified know exactly what Dodger Stadium means to the Latino community. So after we have, we learn about the background on the Cesar Chavez, we have a restorative justice circle, just like Dr. Flores does, and they read their poem or a monologue that they write after they learn about the injustices of the Chavez Ravine, community, the injustices that took place there, or like they like to refer to Dodger Stadium. So I would like to share with you one of the poems that one of my students wrote. I'll just read it. I'm not too, how am I sharing? I'm not well versed in Zoom. In our district, we use Google Classroom. Am I sharing my screen? Okay. Oh, Jesus.
Liliana, you have your screen shared, but it's on the Zoom tab. So if you want to switch to the tab, there you go.
You can see it. Oh. How do I? Okay, so this is essentially the lesson plan. And what I wanted to share with you is one of my students' poems. So it says, "Thank you, Dodger Stadium. I saw the letter. That letter that would foreshadow the pain that not only I, but my community would have to suffer through. And in that split second, there it was. I saw my people being physically thrown out of their homes, the homes that protected us when God couldn't, the homes where future generations would grow up in, the homes that I imagine mis hijos y mis nietos asking me, abuelita, ¿puedes enseñarme a cocinar tu famoso caldo de res que cura el alma para seguir viviendo?" But unfortunately, God, the universe, or whoever you believe in, had other plans for us, plans that would make us as a community become resilient, flexible like an elastic liga que vuelve a levantarse cuando se derribó. We were angry about promises that were never fulfilled. Promised homes, pero no. Instead, what does the city decide? They decide to make all us Latinos hate our beloved sport, baseball. They think, oh, Latinos love baseball, so a stadium will do them justice. Without thinking about where we live, have a family, breathe air, and relax. Now, whenever I think about baseball, I think about the tragedies my people went through. No money, no home, no dignity. We were left here with scraps and pennies for us to decide where we would live. But I already knew where I wanted to live, but it was forcibly taken away. So thank you. Thank you, Los Angeles. Thank you, Dodger Stadiums. Thank you for making me become this strong, resilient Latina who's able to overcome and fight with her people, who is able to fight for justice that has been, able to overcome the oppression, que los santos en el cielo puedan darnos la fuerza para superar cualquier desafío en nuestro camino. So this was written by a senior that took my class last year. We obviously were all in tears. We had to read it virtually, so we had virtual circles. And I am very proud to say that she is at Cal State San Luis Obispo, double majoring in journalism and ethnic studies. And she was thrilled to thank me for offering this class, because I didn't know that at the Cal States, one of the requirements was for students to take an ethnic studies course, and she was well versed in the course. She was congratulated by her professor for her knowledge, and this is the reason why I took the leap of faith and was faced with a lot of obstacles, a lot of hesitation in terms of teaching this course because of the negativity I received. Several of us, my colleagues, in being the groundbreakers in terms of offering this course and teaching it with fidelity, which is so important because our students need to understand that we are doing it with our heart, and we're doing it with passion so that they can embrace their culture, be critical thinkers, and feel hope that they can go and change the world and understand where they come from. So, I love it. I love waking up every morning, going to work, checking myself, just like the Thomas sister said, and doing what students need to be doing with the job of informing them and making them feel proud, and also being cautious of, what is said in class and bringing that activism where, yes, we're learning about this is what happened, but let's talk about the situation with Bruce's Park. There is reparations, this Black family was able to adjust the system and ensure that they understand that with activism and a lot of work that there is ways of redeeming yourself and empowering so that students are able to see the light and become our future activists. And I'm proud to say that I have 3 students that are now in college that are pursuing either a major or minor in ethnic studies or women's studies. And a lot of it has to do from the fact that they took this course. So questions, anybody?
So Liliana, we're going to hold questions to the end, but thank you for that. And thank you for sharing that powerful poem. That was really great. So folks, we're just going to stay in the main room right now instead of trying to hop rooms. I don't know what happened tech-wise, but we'll make it work. So I do want to just move on to David, since I do have David de la Garza here to talk about Coachella Valley. And then feel free, folks, to keep throwing me questions. I'm trying to answer them as I see them come up. And again, if you have any specific targeted questions for any of the panelists, feel free to say that, and we'll leave that for the last 10 to 15 minutes, okay? So with that, I turn it over to David de la Garza to talk about Coachella Valley.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Perez. I teach at Coachella Valley High School. I teach Chicano studies, ethnic studies, and social justice leadership honors as well. And just as the Thomas sisters said earlier, CVUSD has implemented ethnic studies throughout the curriculum. not just in social sciences, but also like in math. We have statistics that embodies ethnic studies frameworks into it. We have multicultural literature as well for our sophomores in English. And so we are growing, and we kind of went full force on this. So that's pretty good stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and show our PowerPoint presentation on our ethnic studies tenets. And as you can see here, I'm going to go ahead and present this full screen. And so our tenets that we wrote, and we wrote these at, I believe in 2017, 18, when a few of us got selected to go work with San Francisco Unified School District, and we implemented these tenets of self-determination, humanization, community, and justice. And so what we do here at CVUSD, we do our best to kind of just humanize the curriculum and our students. And as we all know, as professional educators, is that the way the education system is designed is for standardization rather than customization. So we're trying to provide equity in all realms at our district, but with that comes those challenges, right? How do you become counter-hegemonic and meet the needs of our students that necessarily aren't congruent with the standardizations of our everyday school life? So we really have to kind of reimagine what it means to provide equity, and some of our, I guess, widely held beliefs on how we grade, for example, like the grading system isn't really congruent to our students' needs. So a lot of these belief systems that we hold as educators and our biases will come into question, and that will be challenging for ourselves. So like, what does it mean to get a D or a C? Because as teachers, we sometimes come in, and sometimes we don't have a good day. We get like, maybe we do a 50% job one day, but that doesn't define us, as good or bad teachers. And the same thing goes for our students. So a lot of that is, what does it mean to have justice for our students, and how are we going to provide equity? And so ethnic studies it's more than just ethnic studies, but to provide that critical consciousness with our students and foster that type of thinking, but as well as, trying to just be counter-hegemonic throughout the board, right? So it goes beyond the classroom, and that's the goal at CVUSD, okay? So let me go ahead and move on to the next slide that I want to show. The history of CVUSD, okay? History of ES, Ethnic Studies at Coachella Valley School District. So this has been in the process since 2014-15. So we had community leaders, teachers, alumni, backing of the student board, the school board as well. And ultimately we got it approved, and we created the Ethnic Studies Steering Committee, which I'm a part of. And as of now, I got picked up in 2017 when the openings, and I got hired. And now we are where we're at now. So the next move here is we are going to have Puente at CV for the first time, which is Coachella Valley High School. And our sister school is in Desert Mirage out in Thermal as well. And they've been using Puente for a while now. And now for the first time, we're going to have a first cohort of students that are going to be Puente students. So we're pretty excited about that. So we're moving forward, and I'm excited to see the future of Coachella Valley, at least the eastern side of the Coachella Valley. Okay. Move on, next slide. Okay, so why is ethnic studies important for our students? There are studies that have been being conducted as we speak. We have Andres Pinedo, who's a former alumnus of CV High School. He's doing his doctorates at the University of Michigan, and he's right now, he's collecting data from students at CVUSD and trying to learn the outcomes and the impacts that ethnic studies has on our students. And so I've seen some pretty good stuff with our students, and some of the things that they say, the things that they produce in my classroom, and I'm hoping that they don't develop an imposter syndrome in the way that I developed imposter syndrome growing up. Okay, so now that in retrospect with ethnic studies, and as I studied it as well, and now I'm teaching it, is that I guess what it does to an individual, the institutional harm and the historical racial trauma that it does to an individual, what an institution does to an individual, you really don't believe in yourself to some extent. When all my teachers are white and all the curriculum that was being taught doesn't apply, or you don't connect with it at all, it does harm, and that's the institutional violence that I guess that we speak of, in at least in my classroom. And so I think ethnic studies is important for our students in order to just humanize them as well, right? Next slide. So these are the demographics of our students, okay? So majority are Latino, Latina, right? And majority of them get free reduced lunch, okay? So as a matter of fact, everybody gets reduced lunch, or free lunch actually, because the vast majority of students qualify. About more than half, about 53% are English learners. And we made ethnic studies a high school graduation requirement, okay, as of 2017. And so we're hoping that ethnic studies kind of motivates them to just do better overall in their classes. Okay, so some of the challenges that we face are immigration policies. Some of our students are undocumented. There is a new construction of a jail in India, which is maybe about 5 miles away from the high school. So we have this beautiful jail, but Coachella Valley High School it's an old school and it's falling apart. So I serve a marginalized community. We have students who have housing issues. Their families are of low socioeconomic status. So as a professional, right, and the work that we do and the curriculum that we develop, we have to find ways to kind of teach in a culturally responsive way. And so if you see my camera right now, there's this book right here that I highly recommend. Okay, that was already mentioned, and as well as Rethinking Ethnic Studies. Yes, so if you're beginning to teach ethnic studies, I highly recommend this book as well as this one at very least. Okay, so those are important. And I'm going to try to move on as fast as I can because I know we have other presenters as well. So this is an example of a bell ringer, okay, or a bell work that you can use at the beginning of the class. And the way I teach is like, I let the students take ownership and I give them as much time to discuss. So it's not like a traditional classroom where there's, a very set time schedule. Everybody is open to free and talk as much as they need. So a lot of this stuff, it can get pretty deep at times. So one of the questions that I begin to talk about is I asked my students what city do they live in. Most of them say Coachella and Thermal. So this map is from Juan D. De Lara, who teaches at USC. And so this data shows that on the west side of the valley, which is white collar jobs, and then everything on the east side is blue collar jobs. And so majority of the students are obviously living on the east side. And what they end up coming up with, the conclusions is that the east side of the people who live in the east side of the valley are basically used as a labor pool to do manual labor. And so they reside on the east side, but they work on the west side. So it looks like some of the assumptions that people speak about and the places in which they live in tend to be negative things. And so some of the students end up, speaking, some bad things about not just themselves, but the school and the area that they live in as an undesirable, unwanted, and marginalized community. So just by voicing that out and being aware of it, I'm hoping to spark some type of critical consciousness that they are, marginalized, that there is economic segregation, and with economics and as the Thomas sister spoke about earlier about intersectionality, we talk about the intersect between, economics, class, and race. So Coachella and Thermal in the Coachella Valley happen to be mostly Latino and Latina students, while the west side of the valley is predominantly mostly white. Okay, so we speak about this because a lot of our students don't believe that they are oppressed. And so speaking about oppression, I also highly recommend reading the book, at least the first 2 chapters of Pedagogy of the Oppressed by Paulo Freire. So that's another book. I don't have it with me, but I also recommend that book as well, okay? So that's just an example of Balringa that you can use. Here's another example, okay, of a map that Juan Díaz has also produced as well, okay? But this is about Latinx per capita, the income. Now I serve Thermal, okay? So Thermal, Coachella Valley High School, even though it's called Coachella, it's actually in Thermal. It's a very rural community, and let's go on to the next slide as well. So one of the ways I kind of spark, because I'm in the boots on the ground, I'm in the classroom, and I'm teaching ethnic studies, and I also use it for ethnic studies. I ask my students, I ask them to share parts of their story, and in order to do this, you first need to foster and kind of and create a safe space for your students to share out, because you got to build that trust, right? And so in order to do this, you just got to have good rapport with your students as well. And part of that, the tenets of ethnic studies is to humanize them, right? So you have to have empathy, and that's all of what ethnic studies is having an understanding and empathy with your students, okay? So they eventually discuss their story, where they come from and how they identify. And with that, they can use, that's the link to kind of get them to connect with the curriculum. So that way it's not just, they're not just being receptacles that you're pouring in just knowledge, but they're actually, taking ownership of the lesson and being able to connect with it in a way that it's much deeper than, just going to a math class and just doing, redundant work. And it's more than just regurgitation in a way, okay? So once they do that and they identify, however it is that they identify, especially when it comes to race, I'm going to show you an example of work that is rigorous, okay? But that's going to foster critical thinking. And so a lot of the stuff that we speak about can be triggering as well, as it was mentioned by other presenters. And so once you disclose the triggering content and you explain what historical racial trauma is and some of the hard truths, some of the very hard truths that we have to discuss about the formation of this country and how race operates in this country, I have an assignment here that I'm hoping you guys can see that, okay? There is a lesson here that was developed by me and Mr. Quintana and Ms. Marcy Ramirez about Indian boarding schools. And so there's 2 parts to it, and they have to answer the questions. And then there's a second part where they got to go to the Carlisle Indian website here. There's a database, Digital Resource Center, and they have to type, follow directions. Right here, they got to find the name of a student, the nation, place where that Native American student was from, and how long did they stay in this Indian boarding school and why they left. And so what they're going to discover, unfortunately, is that some of these students here didn't make it. Some of them passed away in these residential schools, these boarding schools. And so they have to find out, plug in those primary sources and put all that information there. And then at the end, there's kind of a breakdown and a debriefing. So you always have to debrief a lot of these serious and traumatic events that happened in this country. So that's part of the healing process I believe in for this country, is to acknowledge and be able to open and have a safe space to talk about these traumatic events, okay? And so again, the rigors here, because you're teaching students not about just the hard truths about the history and centering students of color and being able to also acknowledge some of their indigeneity that we carry and that we kind of dismiss, that we have not just been forgotten, but has been purposefully been erased from our own history. And so that could also be triggering as well. Okay, and they're working with primary sources, and that's one of the standards that we have to also practice, and that the rigor is going to be there. Okay, so this is for an assignment for freshmen, but you can also use it for other students, sophomores and juniors as well. And I'll provide the link right here in the chat. So if in case you do want it, there's other assignments in this PowerPoint presentation that I'm not gonna have time to go over. However, you'll have access to it right now in a bit. So I put it on, I think, a Google Docs. You can click on it, or Google Slides, and I'll make sure you guys get access to that in a bit, okay? So here's our framework. Actually, we talk about institutional racism in our class, and this is another video you can use. So again, there's a bunch of slides like this that you can use in your classroom for those teachers that are out there. You can click on the link and then you can discuss it, okay? Here's another example, okay, of actual bell ringers that you can use. You ask students about their personal experience and race and how that, plays a role in their school as well. So you get some pretty interesting conversations and perspectives from our students. So that's pretty awesome, I think. Here's one thing that I think is important is that when you teach ethnic studies, you're gonna have a lot of pushback and resistance, and you're gonna have people saying, oh, ethnic studies, you're just teaching students to hate white people, and it's not. We are acknowledging that white supremacy, not to hate one individual white person or a group of white people, but critiquing the system in which we're in. So it is a very abstract concept, okay? The same thing with gender. We're not teaching to hate men. We're teaching to hate not hate, but to be critically conscious of how one system benefits one group over another, okay? So again, it's to define and to differentiate the difference between, the individual and the institution, okay? So this is a very useful worksheet that you can use over and over again for different concepts when you cover all groups of the different ethnic groups that have been marginalized in this country as well, okay? So that's a very useful worksheet that I use in my classroom. And so I guess I want to close out that with the fact that ethnic studies is here to stay, and I'm excited to see where it's going to go. Again, if you guys want to visit our school district, please feel free to. Mr. Johnny Gonzalez from Desert Mirage has taken the lead, as well as Luis Pinedo and Alfonso Tobada, myself, Mr. Quintana at CV High School. And again, feel free to reach out. I'll send my email out. So if you need any resources, we have tons of resources, and we are forthcoming, and we look forward to working with all of you professionals out there. And thank you so much. If you have any questions, we'll save it till the end, and I'll take it on to the facilitator here, Dr. Frank Perez. Thank you.
All right, guys. Well, yeah, again, thank you, David, for that amazing presentation. The resources are there. I know a lot of folks have been asking you again about slides, so we'll definitely try to provide those resources to you. If it's not in the chat, know that we will have those on the LEAD website after the event. Again, sorry for the technical difficulties, but we'll make the best of what has happened, and I'm glad that we were able to still stay connected. If anybody has a quick question, our break is at 11:25. So I do want to give folks a chance to still take a break, but if you had a quick question or anything, feel free to holler out, or go ahead and put it in the chat. I do see one hand raised. So Ribsela Gamboa, feel free to either chat your question or unmic and say it out for us.
Hi, David, you shared some books, but they were blurry. We couldn't see what they were. Can you put the names in the chat?
Yeah. Yes, that's right. I'll do that right now.
Thank you so much.
You got it.
And if you look back through, several of our colleagues in the chat or on the Zoom have provided excellent educational resources. Feel free to look through those. And again, one of the things that we will be trying to do is pull as many texts and other types of assignment resources that we'll send out in a follow-up email at the closing of the event, where we thank everybody for their participation. With that, does anybody else have any other questions?
I just have a very quick comment.
Absolutely.
So I actually was a student of Coachella Valley Unified School District, and my first introduction to ethnic studies was in college when I attended university. And so it's amazing to see the transformation in work, and I applaud all of the work you all do, David, and really spearheading this. And it's awesome to now work into a professional space and see how the County of Riverside and all of California is working towards ethnic studies. So thank you.
Yeah. Only because I two of the panelists, or actually to say three of the panelists, I've had intimate connection with through work. So Mr. Flores' class, I will say, on a transformative level, has done a lot of interesting things. And I think one thing to really note about the impact on students is that there has been a lot of real connectivity that emerges from those classroom spaces. I know Amal Ali, who's also on here, is a current teacher right now in different educational spaces, has been a sub for that class and has seen this at play too with those students. Secondly, I really want to give a big shout out for the connection between the way Val Verde Unified School District and Coachella Valley School District has done this, because we've seen a lot of really great things emerge when you have multi-level support. So school administrators, school boards, teachers, parents, community members, and that is really flushed out in these super robust programs. So for folks that are really considering the development of their individual programs beyond just like a single class, I really urge you to create these kinds of working groups that we've seen emerge both at Coachella Valley and Val Verde, because they've yielded really awesome results as within these types of programs. And sorry, and I know Mary had one question too.
Not so much a question, just a comment. I really appreciate the folks in the East Coachella Valley region who are doing this work. We work really closely with social justice advocates and students and youth on the ground in that region. And one of the things we talk about a lot is the connection between the IE and the ECV. And this kind of sentiment, if you're not aware of, there's a lot of funding and energy and, progress that we see like in the dense areas of Los Angeles. And the farther east you go, folks feel, particularly youth, feel more and more marginalized. And so we definitely feel that in the inland region. I think when we talk to youth, we see that they feel like, the scarcity of resources, the scarcity of culturally competent programming and education, not just in the schools, but in the communities. And then when we talk to our East Coachella youth, we also hear that they feel that even more. So there's a deep solidarity between the folks in the inland region and the youth in the East Coachella Valley about recognizing that and recognizing the need for rural areas and areas that are farther away from dense urban populations to also have these conversations and have these resources and have these conferences and have these dialogues that sometimes are very centered around our urban dense areas like Los Angeles. So I just wanted to add that and say that and really appreciate the folks who are doing that work, even farther east than we are. Thank you.
Perfect. All right, so with that, we'll go ahead and take our break. So again, don't feel that you have to log off. We will just kind of end the breakout rooms. We'll bring everybody back together. Afterwards, we'll come back and we will have our cultural energizer and then our next set of sessions. In the meantime, feel free to reach out to any of the panelists that you spoke with or heard speak today, and you can definitely connect with them, get those resources. I know it's been kind of tricky getting this all figured out. Like I also mentioned, we'll also be providing these at the end via an email, and then also posting a lot of this information on the LEAD Ethnic Studies website. So if you miss anything, there will be recordings, there'll be access to all the links, there'll be access to all the documents. So don't feel like you missed out on anything. We'll do our best to get that all out to you as well. So thank you again to our panelists. Big shout out to all the work that's being done. Thank you all for attending and listening in. And again, this will not be the end of these conversations, but only a beginning as we start to grow more and more events like these and more resource and knowledge sharing opportunities in the future. Okay, so now we have everybody back. We're going to go ahead and take our little intermission / recess. You don't have to log out, but feel free to, if you need to, you can go ahead, turn cameras off, whatever you need to do in terms of being able to take that break. Our panelists will be sticking around as well. In the meantime, if you want to connect with them to get any materials, feel free to direct message them. As we mentioned earlier, all of the links, all of the resources and recordings for these sessions will also be made available after the event. We'll post those on the LEAD website and be sending those out in subsequent emails. So if you miss anything, don't fret, we'll definitely get that out to you. If not, have a good little break, and we'll see you back at 12 o'clock for our cultural energizer.
Can we just unmute and talk if we have a question for?
Yes, I don't know if all of the folks will stay on, but if you have individual questions and you see folks on here, feel free to unmute. But I would also probably suggest direct messaging those people just in case if they aren't around, if they're taking their break and they want to, if they need to follow up with you.
Thank you.
I would say go ahead, Frank, to stop the recording and then we'll start again.
We're not allowed to speak. Their cultures, their understandings, their languages were not taught. Whether it was people from Asia, whether it was people from the Middle East, it didn't matter. The control over the thought process, the control over the paradigms, the control over the models is very real. That has been going on for years and years and years and years. And now it's part of, if you will, what I call an incomplete mission. The mission has been aborted because now a few people have been allowed in. Some of us have done the research. Some of us are writing the books. Some of us are doing the lectures. Some of us are making the videos and the movies and the things that are necessary, but it's not over. It is not over yet. Just because a few people have been given the opportunity to somehow find their way into the academic world does not mean that that has changed what is going on. There still remains a lack of alternatives to understanding how we look at time in a linear fashion versus a cyclical fashion. There still is a lack of understanding of how we look at medicine and medicinal properties, whether they are natural or they're created by chemicals. There still is an incomplete mission of how we understand the role of women, LGBTQ+, people of color, immigrants, people who have been, we still see the mission is incomplete. That has never been and has not been a part of the process of the colleges and the universities. We are in a place now where we have to do that work. We have been given a charge by those who have come before us, many who sacrificed not just time, not just to sit online and talk about stuff. They actually went to jail. They were beaten. They were raped. They were killed. They were dismembered, all for the sake that somehow, someday, some of us would have the opportunity to say something that might change the way in which history and the way in which literature, the way in which medicine, the way in which theater, the way in which art, the way in which all of that might have a different perspective. We have had this over and over again, and now we must address it. We are the next step in that. And so for those of us who have been teaching for years and holding the fort the best we can, my hat is off to this generation that's now fighting for ethnic studies. To teach things from a perspective other than what has been maintained by those who have controlled the academia for so long is outside of the parameters of norm. And we are definitely outside of the parameters of norm. I claim that it is not just now our charge, but it is our duty. It is our duty. It is our duty for those Native American brothers and sisters who were on Turtle Island for the last 500 plus years, who watched their families be removed, who watched their children be taken from their home, who watched their women be prostituted, who watched their land be desecrated, who watched their medicine be destroyed, who watched every part of their, it is our duty to reinstate that. It is time, long overdue. It is our duty for the African brothers and sisters who were brought from other places in the world to be put in chains, to be bought and sold by the leadership of this country, remember, by the leadership of this country, remember, by the leadership of this country. Please remember that George Washington was a slave owner. Thomas Jefferson was a slave owner. These leaders were slave owners. It is time to reclaim for our Black brothers and sisters their histories to be taught. They may know it or they may not, but it's time for it to be taught in the academics of this nation, of this state, of this region, and the time is long overdue. It is time to claim it for our Chicano, Latino, Hispanic brothers and sisters whose land was stolen, half of the country taken in 1848, who are considered to be criminal people even to today, who are locked up with their children in cages while the mothers and fathers are removed from them and have no idea. It is time to reclaim. It is our duty. We are long past that we can just talk about this. We must act upon it and we must do it. It is long past for our brothers and sisters of Asian background who were brought to this country to do shit work in the mines and on the railroads, whose women were prostituted and bought and sold, who even today are being told that they brought the Kung flu, COVID, China flu, all this crazy crap. It is long past, long overdue. It is our duty. And I know I'm preaching to the choir, but the choir needs to maybe once in a while remind itself of its real goals and why we're here, and to get charged back up. And when we look in the face of the devils and those people who bring this message of hatred, of disconnect, that we don't belong to each other, that we're not a part of a community, that because you're Salvadorian and I'm Mexican, I hate you, or because you're Black and I'm white, I hate you, or because you're Asian and I'm Indian, I hate you. That's done with. The mission, the statement now is we have a duty to change that. Not through guns, not through bombs, not through destruction, but through academic endeavors, teaching our children and our grandchildren and every generation to come that we've had this duty and now we stand ready. And might I remind me as I say goodbye, might I remind you as I say goodbye, that duty does not just apply to our 4 groups in ethnic study. That once we have and we've done what we can and we've instilled that, we must take up and fight and help other groups who are still battling to get equality in education and in academia, in our society, and respect. The 50+% of women and females on this earth who walk in fear, who go to work every day in fear and have problems and issues with the men around them and the people around them, treating them as if they're not equal. For the LGBTQ+ who can't even be with the people that they love or use a restroom. For the brothers and sisters who've come to this country now, quote unquote, as immigrants, who can't find a decent job or aren't given the right respect by the judicial system, we have work to do. We have work to do. It is our duty now as Latino Chicanos, as African Americans, as Asians, as Native people to take this another step once we get where we're and what we're doing. I hope that this day you are learning. I hope that you are finding what you need. I hope my words speak to your spirits. I ask you to move forward, not for us, but for those who are yet to come. Too many generations of Native brothers and sisters, too many generations of African American brothers and sisters, too many generations of Latino, Hispanic, Chicano brothers and sisters, too many generations of Asian brothers and sisters have not heard their history, have not seen equality in the classroom, and have not lived the dream of America. It is our duty. I thank you for your time. I thank you for being here. I know that we will create change that will change this world. I look forward to it, even when I'm gone and past and in the spirit world. I will be watching, you will be watching, and we will continue our struggles. Thank you very much for inviting me. Carry on the good work, my brothers and sisters.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Professor Gomez. Please help give some love and appreciation to our professor in the chat and on camera or on your screen. You know, the one thing that Zoom cannot duplicate is the energy of us being together in person and sharing palabra and sharing breaking bread together and all those things we normally do when we have a summit. So, you know, we do our best to try to feel that energy through technology, and Ed, your energy comes through even through the technology. So thank you so much for that. And so we're going to move into our afternoon breakouts. I'm going to pass the mic to Frank so he can kind of say again what the choices are, and hopefully folks are able to pick a breakout room themselves. But like I said earlier, if you struggle with that, you can put a number 1 or a number 2 by your name, and the tech crew and I will try as best we can to move folks into the rooms they should be in. And I also just wanted to add one thing to Ed's words is, yes to all of that, but also as someone who's a classified employee on campus, I want to say that labor history is also a part of ethnic studies, that disability history is also a part of ethnic studies, environmental justice is a part of ethnic studies. Like, there is no justice for anyone if we don't lift up all the folks who are often left out of the conversation, and especially, not just in academia, but also in the community. So thank you. And Frank, I'll pass the mic to you.
Cool. All right, folks. So rooms are open. Go ahead and select room 1 or 2. Room 1 will be another plenary session. This is going to be featuring professors that are working on preparing current and future teachers to teach ethnic studies in the K-12 classrooms. And then room 2 is going to be an awesome sample PD workshop provided by Veronica Valadez. So go ahead and hop into your rooms, and then we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you again. And thank you again, Professor Ed Gomez, for those powerful words. We take that energy to heart, and hopefully that'll guide us in our next sessions.
Ed, share your contact information in the chat so folks want to get a hold of you, they can.
Okay, so all right. Okay, folks. So the beautiful faces they see in the center of your screen are our lovely presenters for today. They are all people I know very, very well, and I am so excited to not only feature them, but also have this conversation. So I will allow all of them to give much more detail about their amazing backgrounds, but I'll give a couple of kind words to get things started. So if you're joining us today, this is going to be on Teacher Ed. So we're thinking about how we can prepare our current and future teachers to teach ethnic studies. All of these folks have been doing some great work on this in their respective areas. So first is Dr. Annette Webb. She is the co-founder of the Ethnic Studies Teacher Education Program at the University Extension, and is a dean there on education programming amongst a variety of other titles. Super awesome to have her and see what UCR is doing in terms of secondary ed. With that, we also have Jose Aguilera Lopez, who is working over at Rialto Unified, who's been through some of these PD programs and now is facilitating them at his district to get teachers ready to teach ethnic studies as they move towards building their ethnic studies program. I also have Dr. Miguel Zavala on from Cal State LA, who's been leading the charge on not only writing about ethnic studies, curriculum development, pedagogical development, but also been building some awesome teacher ed programs, and is the leader of urban education, or the urban education program for the teacher education program. There's a lot of programs in there at Cal State LA. And then lastly is Dr. Irene Sanchez, who's been working with the ECR Extension Ethnic Studies PD program, but additionally has led a variety of workshops on preparing teachers across Southern California, amongst of many other writing works that she's done on the importance of ethnic studies and how we can grow these in our K-12 schools. So with that, I'll kick it off with Dr. Annette Webb to talk about what's been going on at UCR and a little bit about the program there.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me on this panel today. I'm really excited to share some of the things that that we've been working on. And before I start into this, I just wanted to reflect briefly on that awesome keynote. I mean, geez, just lit the fire in me to keep doing this work. And I just am so grateful for these opportunities to connect with other people who are working in this space and trying to make change in the world. And so I just wanted to voice that before I start sharing on some of the kind of technical programmatic things. So at UCR, there are two examples that I can share with you today about how we're working to create new opportunities in teacher education for ethnic studies teaching. And the first one is a pre-service pathway. This is for new teacher candidates who go through the combined Master's in Education and Teacher Credential program in the School of Education. It's basically a dual enrolled program for those who are looking at a secondary English language arts or a social science credential. And this is a K-12 ethnic studies pathway where the teacher candidates are together as a cohort. They have field placement sites with ethnic studies educators or those who see the world through the ethnic studies lens. They have quarterly lectures and workshops that they attend. And then they are enrolled in 3 specialized elective courses. And so we looked at that. That's work that's being done by some professors in the School of Education. We looked at that and we thought, okay, that's great. We have a pathway for new teachers coming into the field, but what about those teachers who are already working? How do we provide a program for them to also have the same kind of experiences and the same kind of education, something that has parity with what the School of Education is doing and what those researchers are bringing to those pre-service teachers? So the second example is a certificate program in ethnic studies education that's offered through UCR Extension. And this program is 8 quarter units, which is 2 courses, fully online. And there are 4 courses in it, but you can select the 2 that meet the needs that you have as a learner. This was important for us to create sort of an introductory track that with the foundational information that people might need to get started in ethnic studies, or just to have a grasp of the theories and the concepts around ethnic studies education. And so it's not just for high school teachers who are assigned to teach ethnic studies. This is for all teachers who want to learn about ethnic studies and who want to start to integrate those theories and concepts and the pedagogies into their classroom teaching. The other thing that is important to share here is that we worked really closely with our community stakeholders, our partners in the school district. Valverde Unified was an early adopter. They came to UCR to say, you know, is there something that we can get from what you're teaching in the ethnic studies courses in the School of Education? Can we bring that to our sites? Can we engage our teachers in some of this coursework? And so those early conversations turned into this certificate. So it's important to reach out to higher ed and say, hey, we have some thoughts here, we have some ideas. How can we come together and create something that's meaningful and that can be utilized by all teachers? So now the next steps in this are, we've been participating in the Riverside County Office of Education's collaborative, and in the steering committee, we provided a letter of support for the grant that San Diego County Office of Ed and RCOE received. Uh-oh. I hear some background noise. Okay. And so we're excited that we can use this as an introductory professional development opportunity. And now these ideas are going to be expanded on and used as sort of a launch pad and foundation for the next wonderful things to come out of RCOE and SDCOE's work. Thank you.
Perfect. And then I went ahead and dropped the link for this in the chat. Again, if you need any more, and then we are in active process of considering new courses to adopt for this program to expand it out. And there are other opportunities if we want to do something more targeted with school districts. Feel free to reach out to Dr. Netweb or myself or Dr. Sullivan, and we can work with you specifically on that. Okay. With that, I'll turn it over to Jose to talk about what they're doing at Rialto.
Okay, buenas tardes, everyone. My name is Jose Aguilera Lopez. I'm currently employed at the Rialto Unified School District, specifically at Carter High School, represent. This is my third year teaching ethnic studies, and I am currently a doctoral student for the educational leadership at Cal State San Bernardino. So if I can go back to the question, how are you preparing teachers to teach ethnic studies programs, courses, PDs? As a new ethnic studies teacher, I have been fortunate in my journey to have been part of a great team that continues to guide, inspire, and help me grow as an educator. However, today, I want to speak from my own experience and the preparation I received as a first-year ethnic studies teacher. So, and this is kind of looking at it through the lens of social science, right? So if you want to become a social science teacher at the secondary level, you have to complete certain requirements that the state asks of you, right? So here are the following requirements that you need to be prepared as a social science teacher. I know, Annette, you made that's an amazing program that you just introduced for all of us. And that goes kind of against what I went, right? And so I'm just happy to see that that's available. But for you to become a social science teacher, you have to complete what is known as the CSET, right? So the CSET is composed of 3 subtests, right? You have the world history, which I failed 4 times, by the way. Okay, you have the US, okay, and then you have government econ. And these tests are already aligned to the California's Eurocentric content standards, okay? So I'm gonna present something in just a sec, but they're already aligned with these standards, so your focus automatically becomes these classes, right? And then also once you already complete these tests, you already complete what is known as the Cal TPA. Now you're ready to do this student teaching, right? Now you can get into the classroom, or say if you get lucky and you get an internship and you get paid for it, then that's pretty cool too, right? But you're gonna be placed in these classes, which is either world history, US, government, econ. And again, you're still following these content standards. So whether you're already a person of color, you're already coming in with the deficit lens, okay? And in addition to that, I had my master's in social sciences and globalization. So I was like, man, I'm ready to go, right? So I was prepared to teach social science. I was not prepared to teach ethnic studies, okay? So if I may present my screen, I'm just gonna give you some numbers here, and please let me know if you're able to see this okay. So let me share my screen. All right, perfect. All right, so here we go. And let me present this here. So as a doctoral student, you kind of have to bring a little bit of literature in there, but I'm not going to bore you with all that stuff because I think, you don't want to hear it, but these numbers are important, right? And I'm just looking at Uber, Johnson, and Coley's 2006 work, right? And he essentially states that the standards are very Eurocentric in nature, right? So they're European focused and ultimately fail to align with the demographics of the people, the community also, and then talks about they fail to focus on the contributions and challenges of people of color. So let me give you some numbers here, and I want to apologize ahead of time because some of the ethnic groups are not going to be represented, but as you can see, it'll make sense because those numbers begin to get lower and lower, right? So let's look at Native Americans. Did you know they're only represented 14 times in the standards, and they're only tied to land policies and white settlers, right? And this is 9 through 12, okay? We're looking at the content standards here. African Americans are only represented 24 times in the standards and are often linked to slavery and civil rights, okay? Just check this out. Latinos are not referenced in the content standards. And with the lengthy presence of California, Mexicans are only mentioned 7 times, okay? And lastly, Asians are only mentioned twice in the standards and have a connection to internment of Japanese Americans and civil rights. So as we can see here, right, you're coming in as a teacher, right? And let me stop sharing did I stop sharing? Okay. So you're coming in already with this lens, right? And whether you're of color or not, this is what you're not prepared to teach these ethnic studies programs, right? And if I can go back here to my presentation here. Okay, here we go. All right. So in addition to that, I came in knowing that I was prepared to teach social science, but the moment they told me, hey, you know what, Lopez, here, you're going to teach ethnic studies, then I was not prepared. And that's going to take us up to the second question of what are we doing, right? How are we preparing teachers? And professional development is going to be at the center of that. Okay. And if I can just share one more piece here, and then I'll definitely kind of end here. And please let me know if I'm overstepping and cut me off at any time. Okay. So here we go. So I want to start off by this quote here, and very famous quote, one of my famous quotes, and it says, "No history, no self," right? And then no history, no self. And this is by Jose Rizal. So why did I show you this, right? So I as a Chicano, Mexican American, you're constantly playing this tug of war, right? And what do I mean by that, right? Because here in the United States, I have to prove that I am American. But if I go to Mexico, right, I have to prove that I'm Mexican. So we always go through this identity crisis of like, man, it messes us up, right? It messes up. And and not knowing, growing up in the high school, environment, I didn't know the history of Chicanos, right? And I don't know the history of Mexico. So who am I, right? So who am I, right? And my question for all of you is, how relevant is history, social science to our students, right? You don't have to answer that now, but and I began to ask that question before, and the more exposed that I got to ethnic studies, and the more I learned, and I continue to learn, this is what I think about when I'm in the classroom. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and stop there, and because we got to get to the other wonderful presenters. So let me stop sharing. Okay.
All right. So thank you for that, Jose. That was really informative. And we'll now transition on to Dr. Miguel Zavala, that's going to talk about the work that's being done at Cal State LA and addressing some of the questions that are guided by this prompt. Just so folks know, real quick, we're just having a kind of a free-forming conversation. So if you do have questions, feel free to bring those up. For presenters, feel free to chime in and talk about whatever you think is important as it pertains to this discussion, but don't feel bound to either the questions. And obviously have about 10 minutes or so speak. Obviously, we'll go back and revisit some of these as we after we get through everybody's individual speaking points.
Gracias. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Miguel Zavala, and just an honor to be a part of this space. And thank you, Frank, for the invitation. So I'm a profe at Cal State LA, and I carry an administrative role as well as director of the Urban Learning Program. And the program, I want to speak to it specifically. Many of us have done work supporting ethnic studies teachers, preparing them in other spaces, more grassroots. But I want to speak to the institutionalized work that I think is vital. And I don't want to operate with binaries about what institutionalized work means. Who isn't doing institutionalized work that's a part of this space? And so the Urban Learning Program is an ITIP. One way of thinking about this is we get our students and prepare them earlier. So they come in fresh year or sometimes transfer students, and they will get their bachelor's in urban learning. Along the way, we already start apprenticing these students into becoming urban educators. And one of the things we did in the last 3 years, so it's my 3rd year here, and I want to share some visuals, is to rethink the notion, the broader notion of, I don't know if you're able to see this. Are you able to see? Okay, there we go. Rethink the broader notion of what it means to be an educator. And there are various, if you will, pillars of knowledge. At the center is pedagogical knowledge. And I think often the pedagogical gets overemphasized and it becomes very technical in districts in their preparation. But this needs to be seen holistically in terms of the relationship that students are going to build with their content knowledge. So if you look at what we have here, the Urban Learning Program is preparing elementary teachers, by the way. It's not preparing secondary teachers. And about 2/3 of our students actually are going to become elementary teachers. The other third are going to become special educators. So that's another pathway we have. But one of the things we infused, it wasn't just about language arts and social studies and STEM and these kinds of areas, but to really begin to center ethnic studies in the context of what these students are learning. So their content knowledge is expanding. And but we cannot just have people that are versed in content and that move pedagogically, or at least that we're preparing to do so. But we have to also apprentice them into having the kind of institutional knowledge they need to navigate the very colonial spaces that they're going to be a part of. So the histories of schools, like all that stuff. I teach a class on social and demographic landscapes of urban schools, and we tackle a lot of these harder issues of what it means to be a teacher in these spaces. Two other pillars I want to speak to in the lower right, community cultural knowledge, is really seeding these concepts, these constructs in and through their learning, community cultural wealth, indigenous knowledges, thinking about like grassroots ways of learning. And some of this, it gets translated, the grassroots ways of learning, into our what are typically called psychological foundations of education courses. That's taught mostly by Ezekiel. And it's a really radical transformation of traditional learning theory, but to think of learning as endogenous and existing in and through different modalities, not just in the traditional ways that are Eurocentric. The lower left is a really important pillar that we developed, this notion of self-knowledge. Who are we as educators if we don't critically self-reflect, if we don't work towards culturally rerouting, and we don't see ourselves as organic intellectuals? So I want to begin with this because if you go to our website, you're going to find something to this effect. But what does that look like in the context of the urban learning program? So the latest changes, I must say, really happy, is the integration of ethnic studies. And here I'm highlighting specific classes. You might not be able to see it, so I'll zoom in and scroll through. This is new. This is coming up fall 2022. And one is our Urban Learning 4160. So that's an ethnic studies pedagogies class, very important and essential. We also have a new course, Child Studies, Race, Culture, and Power. Sometimes people ask, why are we looking at child studies? Well, 2/3 of our transfer students, they come from child development. But child development is also thoroughly Eurocentric in the way it roots itself. So how do we invite our students to critically self-reflect, to think anew the field of child studies from a different lens? And real happy to say, partnering with the new College of Ethnic Studies at Cal CLA, there's a Pan-African Studies 4010, Topics in Education and African American Advancement, CLS 3120, Chicanx and Latinx Parent Community School Partnerships. And just this, to me, represents ways in which institutions, colleges of ed, can begin to model what this work looks like. The partnership with the colleges of education is vital. It's not something that colleges of education can undertake on their own. At least that's my view. You Learn 4190, that's our senior capstone. It's transformed into a PAR course. And one of the profes, Paulo Magalas, is actually here, and he leads that work. And EDFN 2010, Social and Demographic Landscapes, a course that I teach, really thinking about social demography, but from a critical race lens. How do we use that as an opportunity and space to critically reflect on race and racism, class, and all these dynamics? So I was sharing this just to highlight the integration and the if you will, the infusion of ethnic studies in the program of study. But one of the things I want to say is that probably the most impactful work is not curricular, at least in my view, but it's how we model that with our own pedagogies at the higher education level. So how, if we say we're centering culturally responsive, sustaining, and rerouting and humanizing pedagogies, how do I do that in my EDFN 2010? How do I do that in my urban learning course of literacies in the urban community? How do I model that in open space? I think that is going to be a real key piece for us, because curricular change can happen institutionally, but the pedagogy can be banking, it can be dehumanizing. A context of Cal CLA, the program we direct, it is about 96% raza. That's what our university, the university is about 80%, our program's like 96%. And so that's who we serve, and we have to be very mindful. One of the things I want to share too, of how we're preparing our teachers, not just urban learning students, is like what we're hearing about UC Riverside, is having an ethnic studies certificate. So I want to share the current iteration of where that is. I'm working a 3-unit course release under the new College of Ethnic Studies to help develop this with the leadership in that college. And so this is the current draft model certificate curriculum. It's a certificate in ethnic studies pedagogies. There's one course centering literature. There's a second course, ethnic studies course, centering histories. There's a third one, and this came through conversation, really important, centering intersectionality that can get overlooked. And these 3 area courses come from Chicanx, Latinx studies, Asian and Asian American studies, Native and Indigenous studies, and Pan-African studies, the 4 major areas that are institutionalized in the College of Ethnic Studies at Cal State LA. And so borrowing from other models, just been humbled learning and meeting and talking with folks in other institutions, creating these certificates. A lot of beautiful gifting and borrowing has taken place. One of the things though, is students will have an option in ethnic studies pedagogies, and the 2 courses currently underway are EDCI 57D, that's kind of like more of a theory foundations in ethnic studies pedagogies. And you see some of the themes, decolonial, culturally sustaining, humanizing frameworks. But we also have another one, Urban Learning 5000, that is quote unquote more advanced in the sense for teachers who have been in the field longer. How do we use their own praxis in the classroom as a resource to critically reflect and elevate what we do? So that one might think of it as a traditional methods in a California Commission approved credential course program, but it really brings in those pillars. It's not just about reflecting on our teaching practice, which is half of the semester, but along the way interwoven is always reflection on self, teachers' identities. And I just want to end with that piece is we're excited that we're integrating more ethnic studies in collaboration with the College of Ethnic Studies, and that this model, this ethnic studies certificate is growing in a beautiful way and will be in place in about a year from now. So that's the practice and the good work that's happening at Cal State LA.
There we go. Thank you, Dr. Zavala, for all that great work. And it's really awesome to see what both the UCs and CSUs are starting to build with these programs. And we're seeing more and more of that Baroque across all of these institutions. Real quick, I just want to plug, and I put it in there, Cuesta College and LBCC, where I'm at currently, have also drafted courses. So these are new community college courses that are centered on getting folks ready towards sensitivities and teaching ethnic studies. And we're hoping that we can actually forward these folks along to the UCs and CSU so that they can take these courses. And we're going to see more of that going across the institutions, where we'll see CCs or community colleges, the CSUs, the UCs start to build these pre-service or these kind of preparatory courses. And then also these courses or programs that are going to be able to get those individuals ready for teaching ethnic studies in the K-12 context. So more and more to come. So lastly, I wanted to round out with Dr. Irene Sanchez, who's going to talk about some of the work that she's done across different institutional spaces.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon now. Thank you, Dr. Perez, for having me and hosting this session. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of my experiences teaching, giving you more of a perspective from the ground about what should be happening, I guess, with preparing future teachers. It's hard sometimes when you take on the role of being an ethnic studies teacher to feel like your knowledge is not valid in some spaces, right? And I think that speaks to what Dr. Zavala just mentioned about having that institutional knowledge, right? And things like that. So I'm going to start with the poem. You can go back to Enrique, Dr. Perez. So, you know, there's still a battle ongoing, you know, with a lot of this stuff. This poem on your screen is one we say every day in our class. And there was recently a lawsuit in San Diego around banning this, you know, and it's so interesting because my students, especially in my 6th period class, I teach Latinx studies in Azusa Unified. And for the past 5 years, I've been the only ethnic studies teacher in our district, and I teach at 3 different high schools every single day. And if that sounds complicated, it's because it is really complicated. And I've stuck it out mainly because of my students, right? And I think they really take this poem to heart because they love to say it, and some of them even made TikToks about it. So can you go to the next slide, please? So I need to give you a background about where I'm from, because I think oftentimes, you know, yeah, I have this PhD, all this stuff, right? That's cool. But really why I'm here, right, and doing what I do still, no matter how difficult it gets, you know, is that my parents were born and raised in East Los Angeles, and there's a whole history behind that, and I could tie it to history, and I have with a lot of my writing on my blog, Chicano PhD. But, you know, they grew up during the whole walkout. Some of my aunts were pachucas, right, my uncles, and, you know, all of that stuff's really intertwined with who I am, right? So I've grown up learning I was Mexican American, Chicano, all those things. My dad walked out in the '68 walkouts when he was at Griffith Junior High in East LA. A lot of my mentors, rest in peace to Bobby Verdugo, you know, from the East LA walkouts, really influenced me on my path, right, as I went through higher ed. So I was raised primarily out here in the IE, in a place called Hoopa Valley. And I also lived in Riverside, San Bernardino, Muscoy, but now I'm back in Riverside. So I took the first Chicano Studies courses at Riverside High School in the mid-1990s. And I just want to point that out because it happened following Prop 187. And I think when we talk about ethnic studies statewide, the IE kind of gets left out of the work they've been doing for years. And it just gets a little annoying to me because I know there's folks that have been out here doing this work for a very long time with little to no recognition, right? Because maybe they're teachers and, you know, it's just, they don't get that recognition. So I barely graduated high school. I went on to Riverside City College. So like many Latinx, Chicanx students, right, I took the community college pathway, like I know Dr. Perez did as well. And I was on academic probation dismissal. And it was ethnic studies courses that helped me love learning again, right? Love education. So I ended up going back. It took me like 5 years to transfer. And then I went to UC Santa Cruz. And a lot of my grounding at first too was in, yes, Latin American, Latinx studies, but also African American and Black studies. And I was fortunate to take a lot of classes with a lot of amazing people like Professor Angela Davis and, you know, just a lot of folks there at Santa Cruz who really helped shape me and guide me. Patricia Zavala, you know, Rosalinda Fregoso, a lot of different folks that I met at Santa Cruz. So when I went to the University of Washington in Seattle for Ed Leadership and Policy, my goal was always to merge ethnic studies and education, right? And of course, getting into Ed Leadership and Policy was a little more linear than I you know, anticipated, you know, and trying to do what I wanted to do and studying critical race theory, Latinx critical race theory and all of that stuff. But I made it work, I got out, I finished. And the goal was always to return home. Then I became a high school ethnic studies teacher and there was a few events that led to that, but that's a longer story for later. And so now I've been teaching in Azusa for 5 years, right? And now I live back home in the IE. You can go to the next one, Frank. So I just want to say though that even though I think I had a backwards way to entering high school teaching, this is a photo from me in high school, both of them, in 2000 in the Press Enterprise, which is our local newspaper, saying I wanted to be a teacher, right? And those are Mr. and Mrs. Podgorski, who I still talk to today, amazing teachers of English and economics. Then you see on the other side, Sal Castro, right? The teacher from the East LA walkouts. I met him when I was 15 years old at a conference called the Chicano Latino Youth Leadership Project. And so I've had it pretty embedded into me what I want to do and what my goals are. And I know that's why I'm here doing what I'm doing today. Next. So I kind of told you why I teach, right? And just like many folks have said today, right? It's to get to that history that's been left out, empower students, hopefully so that they could connect the dots. I mean, I specifically teach a social studies course, but you know, that they can make so I think that's really important to connect the past to the present so that we understand why things are happening and taking place currently. You can go to the next one too, Frank, because I'm gonna try to go through some of these a little quicker. I don't wanna preach to the choir too much because a lot of you already know this. Teachers in California, right? I think this is something, if we're gonna be training teachers to teach ethnic studies, I believe that it needs to be more at length, right? It needs to be deliberate in some of these programs that are happening. just to give that context, and I like the diagram that Professor Zavala showed about, you know, content and institutional, right? That it's not just content or pedagogical, right? And I think that's really important. We know that our teachers in California lack some diversity, right? Or do not reflect the student population here in California. Next slide. And so there you could see the distribution, which I kind of summarized on the previous slide. Next. So things I have heard since teaching high school ethnic studies, and I think this is important to remember because, you know, there's a lot of pushback still. And as much as, you know, I love the fact that the requirement happened, I've known Assembly Member Jose Medina for years since I grew up here in the IE. I went to school with his kids at Rubidoux. You know, it's just really hard because I hear stuff like this, you know, since I began teaching, you know, why do we need ethnic studies? It's too hard, it's too easy. My district recently actually started a group of ethnic studies and they decided not to put me in it because I was a so-called expert. And I'm like, wait a minute, right? Why? And I've been actually talking, I went to school board and I brought it up because my class hasn't been supported in years. There was counselors who purposely left my class off the schedule, right? There's people saying, you know, what are you teaching that next year now? Ethnic studies or Latino studies? So now there's this idea in my district that ethnic studies isn't Latinx studies. And I'm like, wait, like, what are you learning? Like, you know, Latinx studies, Chicano Latinx studies is part of ethnic studies, right? The 4 major groups that we've all been talking about, learning about, knowing about. And so I'm a little concerned, I think, about how this is going to move forward on the ground because I haven't had the most positive experience. And when I brought all these things up, even in the fall, like, why would you exclude your only ethnic studies teacher from an ethnic studies group? You know, why would you tell me we can't change people's minds, right? There's a lot of teachers who are really hostile still about ethnic studies. And I think we also need to keep in mind the politics in K-12 right now. There's a lot of teacher burnout. There's the pandemic. Teachers of color, there was a report recently, you know, we're losing them. And so I think it's really important to have that support. And I think it was the twins from Val Verde that mentioned that, right? This institutional support from the district that's built in, right? To make sure people have what they need. And I think we need to really push districts to do that because it needs to be ongoing. It needs to be there from day one, not like after the fact, right? Because we are gonna lose people if we, you know, keep it up like this, right? And this isn't sustainable for anyone, right? This isn't healthy and this isn't good, especially for our students. Next. So I already kind of speak about what we need. You know, we need it to be localized. Right here, you see a photo actually of Riley School in Azusa, an old one that was a Mexican school in Azusa. Ongoing training and support. Don't leave teachers to just figure it out on their own if you decide to implement some sort of ethnic studies program. And the whole diversifying the teacher workforce, you can't just say, okay, we got these folks now. No, we really need that support, right? Support for ethnic studies teachers, support for teachers of color, right? Make sure we retain them because, you know, I think that's really important to have that in our districts and for our students. Next. We need administrators to listen to teachers with backgrounds in ethnic studies, include and create opportunities for your teachers. I saw someone mention in the chat earlier, leadership opportunities, right? We need to cultivate leadership. And I think if we want things to change more, we need that to happen more. Because I don't see too much, you know, if we think those teacher numbers are bad, look at admin, right? And if we are to teach ethnic studies with fidelity, as everyone says constantly, right? The word fidelity, to advocate with loyalty and support, right? To what it truly is, then we need these courses to center our students and their background. Don't just talk to existing teachers, right? That have this background, also the students, parents, and community members, and include them in developing these courses. And I always have to question, you know, what do decision makers in districts think is effective and how is that different from what ethnic studies practitioners say? And in that, I would include people that are at the university level, right? Because there are some folks there that have been doing ethnic studies work a long time. And I think, it's important to talk to those folks as well, right, in collaboration, of course. Next. So this is just some local history, but I can send this later. You know, Azusa's waited since '68 when they had a walkout after East LA to have this class. And so it kind of saddens me now that there might be a possibility that they're trying to get rid of it in favor of these ethnic studies courses they're developing that are to be embedded. I don't think it should be an either or, it should be an and, right? Because our student population in Azusa is over 92% Chicanx, Latinx. So they should not get rid of Latinx studies. It should be both, right? And I think there should be more. Like, there's no reason why I should be teaching for 5 years at 3 different schools, right? Should have been expanded, should have been, yes, embedded into US history and all those things too. But we have to remember, this was a long struggle for the Chicanx community, right? Chicanos, Latinos that walked out, asked for Mexican American studies in March 1968, right? And I don't think those students get the credit they deserve either. Next. And so, you know, there's been racism from the start, you know, and there was a principal that actually said this when I taught the class. So put that in there to show, you know, it's a hostile thing, right? And this was from about 3-4 years ago when I started, right? Principal was asked by a reporter, is it a racist thing that people don't like this class? And he said, it may be, I don't want to speak for them. He got a lot of backlash for that, but it's the truth, right? And so I think we do need those other teachers on board. Like, do they need to accept it? No, but they don't need to act hostile about having ethnic studies in the district. They just, it's like, you need to accept this. This is reality. And I don't know, if the other teachers don't like it, hey, there's retirement. there's other things, right? They don't need to be hostile to these changes that are long overdue, right? This should have been happening already. So it's amazing to see this right still in 2022. Next. So these are some of the learning experiences I've had. I've had to get them mostly from outside of my district, unfortunately, but I'm thankful. You know, I'm part of the Riverside County Ethnic Studies Collaborative right now, and I hear from good folks here in the IE because of it. I'm gonna be teaching with UCR Extension for their Ethnic Studies Education Certificate. And just, you know, meeting different folks from different spaces has been really good for me, because I've been more interested in not so much my content, but also in developing curriculum. Can we go to the next one, Frank? And so I've been lucky to have experiences like developing curriculum for Lost LA Curriculum Project, the Pulitzer Center for Investigative Reporting, and things like that. Next. And I also write, as Dr. Perez mentioned. And so, you know, I try to use all these things to try to bring awareness around our community's issues, right? And what's going on in ethnic studies. Next. And I have a poem. I don't know, I don't think we have time, so I don't want to rush through it, but do we have time, Frank? Let me know.
Yeah,
if we don't.
We have time.
Yeah, okay. I'll read it real quick and then I'm going to be done. All right, so this is a poem I wrote for my student first year I started teaching. It's called Canyon City because that is a nickname for Azusa. Azusa's on Tongva land, I've mentioned earlier. So I do teach about the Tongva people in our Indigenous America unit. So, you know, it's not just Latinx history, right? It's the intersection of all of the different groups too, you know, Cesar Chavez and the Filipino farm workers too. It's not just like, we don't just exist like by ourselves or in a vacuum. So, so I wrote this for my students and I'm gonna share it with you. Driving through Canyon City, find botanicas and barbershops, mercados, and mothers pushing strollers. Mothers pushing strollers down streets named for a citrus pass, schools in a city named for a rancho. A rancho owned by Dalton, a man who sided with the Mexicans during the Mexican-American War. Mexican-American War, what remains today is a romanticized history, but what was erased is the fact that the San Gabriel Valley is Indigenous land. Indigenous land, their spirits that still echo through these canyons. These canyons, these mountains, I breathe the crisp morning air, a tardy bell rings as I watch students make their way, trying to find a way after traveling many roads. Many roads lead to a classroom. They enter holding back, a rumble in their bellies, too many painful nights they don't want to remember. Nights full of stars, they can't even see the magic they're made of, because in the morning they sit where has been erased, degraded, left out of the curriculum. The curriculum, the other teachers say it's too advanced, it's too challenging, it's too much, it's too real because it sounds too much like the truth. They call it un-American, but this was Mexico once. This was Mexico once, I tell them. But they don't believe me. You only believe what you see. And so they tell me how the cops stopped one the other night, how another has slept in a car, how another has been locked up, beat up, told they're good for nothing, no good, Mexicans, Latinos, Chicanos, brown. Brown, they tell me you get stopped around here for looking suspicious, for looking like you don't belong. Belong where, I asked, read for yourself in these books. These books were banned in Arizona. Books are still banned in this country because they don't want you to know the truth about yourself and where you come from. If you tell a people they're inferior long enough, they begin to believe it. Listen close. As darkness falls, the spirits begin to rattle their bones, hear them echo through the canyons. As helicopters loom overhead, shining light, you run to darkness as a palm tree sway. Listen to the song they are teaching you. A song that says no more running away from the truth. No more lies, no more foreign miners tax, no more celebrating lynchings of Mexicans or hangman trees, no more Mexican schools, no more bracero program. No more Mexicans can only swim on Mondays because they empty the dirty water for the white people to swim on Tuesdays. No more unequal schools, no more draft to Vietnam. No more racial profiling, school to prison pipeline or police brutality. No more deportations, no more calling us names, no more calling us animals, no more putting our children in cages, but mostly no more racist counselors or teachers telling you no, you can't go to college or take this class about yourself. No more go back to Mexico. No more go back to where you came from. No more go back to where you came from. No more stay where you're supposed to be. Here, right here, where they tell you're supposed to be. Tell them where you're from. Tell them that you're brown. Tell them that you're beautiful. Tell them that you're a smoking mirror revealing truth. Tell them that you are Flint, and that means your words will cut anyone who tries to tell you you're anything but brilliant. Tell them you're the dreams of your ancestors and how their spirits became butterflies who flew to the night sky and became the stars. They watch over you. Tell them who you are and let the canyons echo your name. Can we go last one, Frank? All right, so that's just my contact. Dr. Perez mentioned Cuesta College, so I'll just leave it off and say I'm going to be the keynote at Cuesta College's Teachers Pathway Program Future Teachers Week to hopefully recruit more teachers into this in a good way, right? Hopefully with the support that they need. So hopefully moving forward, we can all work together to help make that happen so that ethnic studies, it's done in a good way and in the way that we all want to see it happen.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sanchez, for that powerful poem and your great words of wisdom and experiences. With that, I want to take a second to pause and open it up for any general questions before I ask any more probative questions of the folks that are on or the panelists that are here. Take that silence for a second. Dr. Zavala, since you've been doing a lot of this work, and I know you've had a lot of variegated experiences across the K-12 spaces, what do you think is really important for districts to be doing right now in terms of helping to build programs or build capacity, or how can they be partnering better with universities, or how could universities, in context given that they have more power, how can universities be doing more to partner with districts to help build these types of programs, if that makes sense? Sorry.
No, that's a great question. And so this is moving into the second phase, right, Frank? Of us talking about, and I want to just share some ideas I put together and talk through these that, I think first and foremost for districts, they need to see partnerships with institutions like colleges of ethnic studies. If they don't do that, we're going to get in a lot of trouble, if not already, because it's honoring the struggle for these colleges and these departments and the wisdom that's manifest in those spaces and the expertise that people bring. I know earlier we saw a bigger kind of showing of colleges, not college, sorry, I wish it was college of ethnic studies, counties of education, vying for all these resources in San Diego. And I think it's beautiful, not questioning that, but also critically reading that environment. Historically, county offices of ed have not been the greatest site for nurturing this kind of pedagogy. So I have all kinds of questions of process and how that unfolds and what kinds of organic partnerships they're building with colleges of ethnic studies. The other is to really nurture community-based designs in rolling out ethnic studies courses. This is for districts. So with El Rancho Unified, I did create an action research in a barrio course, and it's a 3-year cycle, which by the second year involves a PAR model. The community endogenous knowledges are brought into the fore. So often a lot of the questions that I see get framed as like, what is to be taught? Well, that answer is already provided by experts in colleges of ethnic studies. It is and it isn't. And in my view, what I'm seeing is that the movements in K-12 contexts are actually teaching higher education spaces, even College of Ethnic Studies, of where this needs to go and where it's moving. And so by community-based, I mean that using white power models, for example, that build from the community cultural wealth of local place-based communities, familias, for example, her histories, and how those become, if you will, the lived curriculum that then develops and grows in organic ways. Another point for districts is interweaving ethnic studies throughout, beyond a 1 or 2 semester high school course. I know that the struggle is at this place now, with exceptions of some districts already saying it's got to be even pre, not even just K. And I think that is where the beautiful work needs to happen. In the urban learning program, we're intentionally doing that already. And there are multiple subject teachers, they're not secondary. And because of changes that have happened with policies, so I know the CSITs were brought up, but they're not necessarily required at this moment. There's an emergency so-called situation that is actually creating an opportunity, because often these become barriers for teachers of color to enter the teacher force. And so what we're thinking about is, how do we do this at the elementary as well? How do we work towards that? Other recommendations, we really need to decolonize a Eurocentric, neoliberal, standards-based approach to district teacher professional development. I was a teacher myself. There's a cookie cutter teacher pre-D that's done. And that's why teachers also roll their eyes, even the ones who are more radicalized to the ones who are like mainstream, whatever terms we use. We need to change that. And it's, how do we be pedagogical in those PD sessions beyond handing out work, like the typical, it's real unfortunate. Some of these districts I won't name, but where my kids go to, people get paid tens of thousands to come in, and they'll do a workshop, say, for parents on cultural like responsiveness. And you're starting to see kind of culturally responsive teaching kind of getting spread out. I'm not against that, beautiful. The facilitation was horrible. The only thing I remember that was great was the lunch. We don't want to leave like that. Or you don't want to leave in a form, if it's for parents, you're not even drawing from the lived experiences of the parents, including myself as a parent there. So we're just kind of silent. All this information is being delivered, and somehow parents are supposed to be empowered. We need to move away from that, decolonize that. The other is to think about learning ethnic studies pedagogies as an intentional apprenticeship. It's not just in workshops. So I think a lot of districts, the challenge is that they have teachers that are in service, but a lot of in-service teachers need to unlearn a lot of the pedagogies and the ways that they've developed, the way they teach. And so this is going to lesson study, going to co-teaching, going to action research of our own teaching, and that takes time. And that's not going to happen in a one day or in the summer 1 week. It's going to be ongoing. So how to do it beyond the traditional guises of what districts call PD. And so for me, rehumanizing pedagogies, they don't just happen through osmosis by the people we know or because I was motivated by a talk. It's intentional pedagogical praxis and reflection on that praxis. These all, and like I mentioned, I'm throwing this out there, but be careful. Pearson is on the edge of putting out their book, and then lo and behold, county offices of ed, district leaders are going to be the ones saying, hey, we got the book, and that's what we're going to work towards. It leads me to this last point, and I'm not one, people who know me, I'm not one to think in these kinds of binary ways or if I had an eject button, who would I eject kind of thing. But we need to hire new leadership. And I've been seeing, and it's being voiced more and more working with teachers, that they become a tremendous obstacle. They can also be a tremendous resource when they're prepared in ethnic studies, have been teachers. We have somebody here, Dr. Paula McAllis, who's in the leadership. They're attuned to a practice, committed to a particular way of seeing ethnic studies. And so their practice as leaders is to enable that work to flourish rather than to block it, to be insidious about it, or the often so-called inversal triggering of white men in leadership positions. That's not crime. That often happens with white women, but more of an imposing, well, that's not really genocide. Let me give you all the ways in which we're supposed to teach these units. And so just want to say that we need new leaders as part of districts, and I'm being kind by saying that. I want to hold back on being more forceful about that, because absent that, all these things I'm talking about, they just become a lot of talk. Just that, they're just callings by some profe who's trying to do work locally in an East LA university. But how do you make that change? The leadership, the ideologies and all that has to change. And maybe I'd like to see models, perhaps people are doing that already, where folks are seeding not only their students, the pipeline of students that go into ethnic studies that then become credential candidates, but that eventually become the administrators. I'd love to learn to see from folks who are doing that work. So those are my recommendations for districts. There are plenty, 6 of probably 1,000 that we should probably list.
Yeah, I definitely want to comment on something that Dr. Zavala said, because I think that's very instrumental, but I know that Dr. Flores had his hand up, so I wanted to give him a chance to ask this question first.
So I love your work, Dr. Zavala, and you brought up so many important issues. I would like your comment on like, where do you think ethnic studies classes should be held at the secondary level? Currently in our district, it's in the history department. And, you know, and so we're kind of dealing with like teaching ethnic studies. There's gaps in the history. The conversation kind of tends to be the narrative of how we're going to implement this tends to be more history pushed. And so I'm just curious to get your take on, like, where do you think ethnic studies should be placed at the secondary level? And if there are gaps, how in the history, like, you know, teaching certain movements, how do you approach that? Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Gustavo. It's good seeing you again. I would say, just to answer briefly, at the secondary level, it should be interwoven throughout. I'm one of many. I know I've heard Ron Espiritu talk about this. We can't limit it to thinking about, you know, how right now, the way the course is rolled out, particular credentials, so-called count. And that's the way the law is codified in the absence of us having an ethnic studies certificate. But keep in mind what I was saying, we're working to prepare elementary teachers. Does that leave them? Because it's a multiple subject credential. So I'm one to talk about it as interweaving. But in all honesty, that's very ideal theoretical talk. I have to check myself. I think in the everyday, I would say that it needs to happen where it could be sacred, where it's going to be protected. So I've heard of some amazing ethnic studies done in the context of a history class, but also in El Rancho when they rolled out their courses. They were doing it in special ed, they were doing it in art. I appreciate their model because it was very teacher kind of based. And my role is to kind of step back and listen rather than come in and say, this is what you need to do. Where they are at this phase, I don't know, but working with them for about 12 months, being a part of that development, I just learned that generative, just like we want our students to make meaning, like the teachers need to be allowed space of that ownership of that process. So wherever it grows, basically, where it can grow. The second question, remind me, what was it?
So another hang up that we've had for pretty much the last 2 meetings in our district is, so you're teaching ethnic studies, right? We're focusing a lot of the 20th century movements, but then there's like stuff that happened before that. And we have some history teachers that are just kind of stuck, like, you know, on not moving, like we need to do that pre-teaching. And I just feel like you just need to hit those movements and kind of go back and forth, but they're really stuck on that part.
Yeah, that's a bigger question. We probably have we need webinars on this. Other folks who are on the ground teaching can better respond. I would just say begin somewhere, but think historically as well, so that we don't ossify movements. That tends to happen. And the Pearson's gonna do that. They're gonna commodify movements, and then they're prepackaged. And then they're a 4-page, this is in isolation from this, and it becomes boxed. But build from where students are, what's their understanding of those, but do some historical thinking of no movement emerged without historical contradictions that may have happened 500 years ago or it surfaced. So we have to link those to past struggles. And that is where the hard work is. And the hard work is not just presenting a film. I call that the pedagogy of osmosis. We presented these films and these things and students kind of connected, but how do we think historically? But I'll stop there because I know, Frank, you have other, I want to go back to Frank.
Thank you, Dr. Zavala.
Yeah. No, Jose Pablo had a question, so I want to make sure I get all the participants' questions before I chime in. I talk too much as it is.
So first of all, Dr. Sanchez, well, first of all, everybody, great job on your presentations. And real quick, I apologize. Hey, stop it. It's raining here in Orange County, so my dogs are inside. But Dr. Sanchez, I hear you. When I taught ethnic studies, even today, right? I just spoke to Dr. Alison Cubales not too long ago. And with the passing of, ethnic studies now as a graduation requirement, it is a new game. It is a new game because in the end of the day, everybody who's been saying that they're not for ethnic studies, I've personally seen people that have shoved me aside and now are presenting it like it's something they own. And like Dr. Zavala said, there's going to be a lot of education, a lot of people in conferences trying to promote ethnic studies as if they were part of the movement, that they really know the true liberated model ethnic studies. In the end, it's going to get messy.
I feel
right?
like it's already messy.
It is already messy.
From my vantage point, it's already messy, right? And
yeah,
it's been messy. And I
was just at a conference last week, and someone who's been shoving me aside is now presenting on it and acting like, and they will have the monies, right? But we need to occupy all those spaces. And Dr. Sanchez, the reason I'm speaking is because, in Anaheim or throughout Orange County, we have ethnic studies in Santa Ana Unified, Anaheim Union, even at the elementary level. And this is just some advice. I'm sorry if it's unsolicited, but this goes for all communities. In the end of the day, we are in control of our schools, right? We control. And if you'd like, I'll share. We've put people in school boards that are, for ethnic studies. And if you're having problems with your administration, your counselors, in the end of the day, our schools belong to our families. Put a family member in power, put a teacher in power, put a professor in power. I know there's great school board members who I saw on this site. Take the power. If you want, I will come out and, do a one-day free training for somebody who wants to run office, because I won 2 terms. And in the end, when we have the power at the local school board, it'll trickle down, right? And if anybody teaches or treats our teachers the way that they're treating you, then they need to be out, right? We need to change our leadership in addition to our teachers. And if they are not in those spaces and they're not supportive, because it's a law now, then they need to leave. It's only hurting our kids. So I got you, Dr. Sanchez. I'll give you my email right now.
No, right on. Thank you.
So I wanted to address a question that Liliana raised about kind of tribalism within teacher communities. A little bit from experience working, closely with Val Verde. So I was consulting with them for about 3 years, and that's actually how Nan and I, in many ways, got together. And I actually like to have her speak a little bit about the importance of that partnership. But we did a lot of concerted work in terms of outreach towards the faculty body, and I've seen that be a very instrumental way in terms of exploding a lot of this. Dr. Flores and I actually led a PD a couple of years ago as a part of their regular PLN session, where we had folks who were completely disconcerted necessarily with ethnic studies, but saw the power of the praxis in that the PLN that we did was centered around bridging World Cafe activities with ethnic studies. And we had students come in and talk about what the impact was, and a lot of teachers in having a kind of open welcomeness to seeing what ethnic studies is and then seeing students talk about how important it was, I think starts to crumble a little bit of tribalism. Now, it's not a silver bullet by any stretch of the imagination. And I know that Dr. Sanchez has mentioned a lot of her own experiences, and I'm seeing that now in some of the other more conservative districts like Corona, Norco, and Lake Elsinore in terms of having to break that down. It's not easy by any stretch of the imagination. So be mindful of that piece. But I think it is possible to start to break that apart as we open this up more, and of course include community and student perspectives in the importance of this. But Dr. Webb, can you speak a little bit about how instrumental it was in terms of having Valverde folks work on the certificate program and getting this to the fore?
Sure, I can share some of that process. It was really great that Valverde administrators came to the table first and said, basically knocked on the dean of the School of Education's door to say, hey, we want to work with the university. We know there's really great research happening here. Our teachers are hungry for professional development that's at the university level. So going back to some of the previous points that were brought up, they had done their homework. We brought together what we later called an advisory board to develop this certificate. There were teachers from Valverde, administrators from Valverde, and university faculty, and then myself representing Extension to sort of facilitate and bring this into the ideas into implementation. And in those conversations, they had brought course descriptions from the Ethnic Studies Department courses, the School of Education courses, and they said, this is what we want. This is the content we want. We want high level, graduate level course professional development. We don't want make and take workshops. We're tired of hearing about, classroom teachers only want make and take. No, we want to really understand this in deep and meaningful ways. And so we, within the university structures and the red tape, you have to navigate, okay, how do we provide graduate level courses as basically in-service offerings? And so the way that we did that was to create these courses through Extension that have parity with those graduate level courses. So we took those syllabi, we mapped them out into what at UCR is called the 400 level postgraduate course. And we created new courses that then can be offered in a variety of ways. So they can be offered open enrollment as they are on our website, or they can be packaged and delivered at a district through a contract training, if that's the route to go. But as part of that process, we surveyed the teachers at a couple of school districts to say, how intense do you really want this to be? How many hours of professional development do you have in your contract? How many hours per semester are you able to commit to taking these courses? And because with graduate level courses, the assessments are rigorous. And so we needed to get a feeling for kind of the middle between, true graduate level, high academic writing kind of work, and then sort of converting that into meaningful professional development that gives them the master's level content, but also gives them the application to the classroom. And so that's what we came back with. These 4 courses were the courses that came back in the survey as of highest interest. And we structured the hours out so that it was reasonable given all of the competing priorities, quite honestly, that teachers have to face every day. I also wanted to say that one of the things that we struggle with in the education programs at UCR are placements for the pre-service candidates. Most of the time, those placement decisions are made by HR directors or principals or APs at the school site. And we hear from our student candidates that it's not always reflecting the mission and values of the university, and that their experiences are not what they think of as diverse and rich culturally rich teaching and classroom environment. So I also want to encourage you to make change in that space so that you can bring up the next generations of educators and give them opportunities to be in your classrooms and see what real teaching should be like. There's a lot of bad practice happening, and unfortunately that gets replicated through new teachers coming through the systems. I wanted to really highlight that. And then in the chat, I shared, Jose shared about Dr. Coley's work. And so I wanted to highlight her Institute for Teachers of Color Committed to Racial Justice. That's an annual summer program that the applications will be open May 1st. So whether for you or those in your network, it's a really great experience to be part of her program.
Thank you, Dr. Red, for that. Before I close out, does Dr. Sanchez or Mr. Aguilera Lopez want to mention anything else about their experiences or anything related to the discussion?
Do you mind if I share something real quick, just because I want to add on to what everybody's saying? And if I can, let me go ahead and share my screen real quick. So sorry, Dr. Sanchez, I definitely won't take that long. So if I can share something real quick, because all of you make a great point, and I mean, it's amazing work what we're doing within the college level, right? But my question is to all of our educators in K through 12, I'm talking about my admin, the district office, what we're doing to prepare our students to get to the college level, right? And I already told you that teachers are not being prepared, right? We're not coming in, and I was one of those teachers. My first year, I knew right away, I was like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna teach social science, but right away I came in with this deficit lens that once I figured out I was gonna teach ethnic studies, I was like, right away, let me see if I can get a curriculum somewhere. And I was like reaching out to people, and I didn't understand that, you know, in the beginning they would say like, no, they wouldn't get back to me. And I was like, well, forget y'all then, right? But then I realized that it doesn't work that way, right? So we have to, and it starts with professional development. It revolves around professional development. So on top of what teachers not being prepared, you know, to teach, you know, ethnic studies, because we're in this battle, we're in this arena, right? Where, you know, there's this positive things, ethnic studies has passed, right? But then it's a battle, right? And if we're not prepared, I think I looked at it as like not just curriculum, you know, in my head, I was thinking here is just curriculum. Let me just teach it. No, but it's more, you know, it's curriculum that has to be dialogical, engaging, social, emotional, building community. But in addition to that, I think our mindset, teachers that are coming in, is just like, give me this curriculum and let me just teach it. But it doesn't work this way, right? And it's like one of my mentors, and I just presented them here. They talk about it's not just what you're teaching, but how you're teaching it, right? And I'm gonna repeat that again. So it's not necessarily on just what you're teaching, but it's how you're teaching. And I think professional development, and I think districts need to get, and this is a wonderful company that I think prepares teachers, right? So let me just give you their mission here. Is you hire these companies, and their mission statement is HECA Win philosophy. It says, with extensive knowledge in the field of ethnic studies, critical pedagogy, culturally and linguistically sustaining curriculum, and culturally responsive, EWP is dedicated to providing quality consulting services to help school districts build effective, engaging, transformative, and sustainable programs. So we have to go through this throughout the year, go through these programs, and then and Veronica were the ones that were fighting at the district office. And you have to get everybody on board, because check this out. This is what's going to happen. So you have teachers that are built, you're just throwing teachers in there to teach ethnic studies, right? They're not going through these trainings. So the moment that it fails, right? The moment that it's not working, guess what they're going to say? Well, check this out. Look, ethnic studies is not working. So we have to be prepared. Give the teachers the tools to go ahead and that's what I see right now. They're just throwing teachers into these ethnic studies classrooms, right? Teaching them. And that's one way where it's going to be, we're going to have our, you know, just going to get that low blow. And if we're not preparing our teachers, and this is a great, so what I'm saying is that districts have to work with consulting companies that are experts within ethnic studies, not necessarily, like we mentioned, Pearson is going to come up with his own. Everybody wants to follow that model, right? Just give me the curriculum, teach it. I'm gonna give you a test. No, it's not like that, or else we're going to contribute and this is how we're going to start seeing the programs fail, right? And what we want to see is we want to prepare our students, because many of our students are not going to make it to college, right? And it's not because they have other skills, but doesn't mean that they have to wait until they get to the college level to experience this. No, it's our job right now to kind of get it done. Okay. And I'll end that with there.
Cool. Thank you. And then I know we're a little over time, but I did want to give Dr. Sanchez a quick second in case you wanted to say anything else in closing.
No. Thank you, Dr. Perez. I appreciate what folks have to say. And yeah, I mean, all these programs that folks are plugging, like UCR Extension, I think Cal State LA, came out with theirs. I saw the work that Dr. Zavala was doing. I spoke once at one of his programs events. So I think all of these are good. And I just want to remind folks that because I'm going to be speaking at that Cuesta College Future Teachers, you know, to look for the community colleges too and what they're doing in preparing future teachers and how that can also be a pathway, right, to making sure that people are trained, you know, and have this ongoing like link to other universities, right, when they transfer. So also to remember that too, you know, and hopefully those programs start to grow like at Long Beach and Cuesta, right, and all over the state as ethnic studies becomes larger. So thanks everyone. I really appreciate connecting with you all.
Yeah. And then lastly, one thing that I want to kind of encourage and one thing that I want to give a quick shout out to, because not our student, but one of Dr. Flores' students here is Amal Ali, who's now a great educator and doing great work in the Alvarado Unified School District. Is we need to be considering sustainability pipeline models. And this is one thing that I'm starting to see emerge in terms of how we can do this with the CCs and then eventually the CSUs and the UCs as well, but really starting to tap into our existing teacher networks to start to identify those kids early on in the high school pipeline that look like they are savvy in ethnic studies or have a passion for helping people and really encouraging them to get into education. I mean, we know that education is one of the most sustainable, long-standing careers in terms of being resistant to a lot of different economic factors, but also just has the most impact on kids, right, in the future. And I think that's one thing that I try to plug a lot with my students. You know, I always ask how many folks want to be educators. I usually don't get a whole lot of hands. So I'm like, wait, why aren't you doing this, right? Even a couple of years in a school really helps because it's always additive towards the future in a lot of ways. So what we should be thinking about a lot is how we can start to really get kids early on in, you know, elementary school or primary education and secondary education to think about careers in education, and also really infusing this idea of what it means to do ethnic studies within those spaces so we can charge that next generation as our classrooms become more and more diversified, to have those folks be going through those institutions, those programs, and then going back to their schools to do that great work. So with that, I want to give a big thank you to all of our presenters today. They were really great. Thank you all for your questions and comments throughout. We're going to close this session. We're going to go back to the main room for our general closing. But again, thank you all for coming. This has been super awesome. I'm really just blessed and feel just so empowered to have all you here. And so thank you again, and we'll see you back in the main room. All right, folks, as everybody's coming back, I hope you were able to get some really great stuff from your sessions. I'm just, again, super amazed about regarding everybody that's here and just the amount of knowledge that's in this room, the amount of power that's in the people that are here. And I really hope that you can go out and take the lessons learned from today and apply this to your institutions. I want to give a much more mushy goodbye and thank you all to everybody, but I want to turn it over to my co-facilitators and Dr. Murillo and Mary Valdemar for any closing thoughts before I kind of say anything else going forward.
Sure. Thank you for joining us today. I was a little confused. I thought we had till 11:45, but that's okay. I think we started a little early. I want to say that first of all, I'm proud of California. California's become a model across the United States, And many states across the country are beginning to recognize the need to be more intentional in their support for students, especially as students develop their cultural identities. About half of the states have some kind of ethnic studies law or proposed law. And many states, unfortunately, about 11 or 13 have legislation that was introduced but didn't pass or is currently being stalled. What's worse though is there's about 28 states who are actively opposing social justice content in the curriculum. And I mean, you all seen the latest stuff by I think it's the Texas Public Policy Foundation, right? It's kind of, they're like a big conservative think tank. Anyways, you know, their thing is diversity, inclusion, restorative justice, identity, that these are all Trojan horses for critical race theory, right? And they're doing all that stuff right now. But we all know that attempts to silence us fits into a history of movements that always comes at the expense of us. Just like the backlash that followed things like, I don't know, the school desegregation orders and all the different things. There's a whole pattern. The story's the same. Those who hold power fear losing power. And in a desperate attempt, they tighten their grip. They manufacture attacks, create problems where problems don't exist, all while arguing that they're protecting children. But really, they're just upholding and perpetuating violence against marginalized groups, the historically marginalized groups and minoritized groups. A model ethnic studies curriculum, it's going to take a few generations before we see long-lasting impacts. A model ethnic studies curriculum is going to utilize topics of identity, colonization. Oftentimes we overlook colonization, the history of colonization. Many groups they bifurcate into like a black-white social order when there's so much more going on. There's many groups, many histories and movements in the United States. Of course, we start with the major groups. Anyways, things like colonization, media, hegemony, oppression, these, social justice movements. We need to understand our history in social justice movements. Ultimately, we want to understand how power works. We want students to be able to write their own oral histories, increase their literacy skills, be able to examine news and media narratives, learn about the social movements that have come before us. I mean, all this is great, but also there's ethnic studies creates a better school experience. It increases literacy skills, higher academic achievement, better attendance, lower dropout/push out rates, and increased interest in teaching. And I, as a teacher educator, we want more people in teaching. And we know ethnic studies increases that people want to be teachers. So we ask you not to lose your focus. Ethnic studies benefits everyone, all students. It's not just racial minorities. It benefits everybody. There are many qualitative and quantitative research that shows how it reduces prejudice on all ends, and all communities have to deal with that prejudice and that bias. We know ethnic studies, like I said, improves attendance and higher GPAs. but also I think students for once can be excited and see themselves in the curriculum. And how I said earlier, many of us grew up basically being invisible. And when we speak up and try to insert ourselves into the curriculum, we either are unsuccessful because we're totally invisible, or if we do, we're often demonized as being too aggressive, too assertive, angry, those kinds of things. So it's a dilemma we've dealt with, and so we're hoping that we can and hopefully it won't take a couple generations, but I see it always takes a couple generations for things to improve. And before I turn it over to Mary and Frank, just a shout out that you all are on the email listservs, but we're gonna start sending things out about the LEAD Summit. The LEAD Summit is going to take place September 30th at Cal State San Bernardino, and you all are invited to come in person. And if you can't come in person, then it's always available virtual. In fact, we were doing virtual stuff 15 years ago, and people thought we were crazy, but look at us, it's like commonplace. So anyway, so thank you. This was a fantastic day, and so Mary and Frank, go ahead, take over.
Yeah, thank you all so much. I wanted to just give a couple of closing thoughts before we leave very quickly. And I know I wasn't in the workshop, so if these things have been said, please forgive me, as I will repeat them and center them as we leave the conversation today. One is we need ethnic studies in formal and informal education, all informal and education places. So what does that look like? That means when you go to a national park, do you hear about the indigenous land there? When you go to a community center, is there a conversation around ethnic studies? When you go to your library, do you see ethnic studies reflected in the book displays? In like every place that we are, there should be a reflection of our history and our culture and our presence. And if it's not happening, not just in formal academia, formal education, but also in our informal educational bodies, including the political arena. Nothing about us without us, right? So many of us were doing this work, and we can't be an expert in all fields, in all cultures, in all identities, and all diasporas. So we need to pull in the people who are the experts, and that is the community themselves. So don't be afraid to pull in community folks to help you as you strive to educate youth and students and each other. Pull in, California natives in every single ethnic studies body that you're in, so that, I really struggle with the California native curriculum that's put out by the state, because there cannot be a canned curriculum for California natives. It's specific to every school and every district. So it must be with the appropriate tribal folks at the table at the local level. If you do not have a Native Indigenous First Peoples Committee on your campus, a task force, a district, you need one immediately, because you cannot effectively do this work if you do not have the local tribal folks at the table. And that's super important. One of my favorite statements that I like to make when we talk about ethnic studies is Black Lives Matter on Native Indigenous land. Like the correlation between our Black Lives Matter folks and our Native Indigenous struggles is super important, that we understand, that we're in this fight together, and we will not be divided by whoever tries to divide us and have a narrative that we are not on the same page. We are on the same page, and we need to continue to lift that and lift the voices of our Black community. I also want to do a check-in on who is not in this room. Who is not in this room? As we look around the room and we're supposedly looking at, oppression and social justice, who's not represented here? Undocumented folks, disabled folks, folks from different religious diasporas, folks from different disability communities, our youth, yeah, Mary Walls, yes, our youth, like who is not represented, who are we leaving out? Because as we struggle to talk about inclusion, we need to figure out who's not in this room and who's not here for us to make sure that we're centering their voices. And then, of course, I shared earlier some hashtags. As you reflect on everything, we piled a ton of stuff on you. And so, you're going to take a minute to reflect and really think about it. And as you reflect on what you've heard here, what sticks, what comes out for you, please use the hashtags and share them on whatever social media platform you use. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Snapchat, I don't care what it is. Whatever it is, use the hashtags of Ethnic Studies IE, ESIE, which is the abbreviation. Favorites are All We Want Is Our Stories Told, All We Want Is Our Stories Taught. That's all we want. And so the people who are making this some other issue, no, that's the issue. All we want is our narrative, our history, our science, our math, our art, our music, our literature included in narrative as we talk about education. And that's why we're here. So thank you all for being here. And now we are at 1:45. That's why we have that little cushion, Enrique. But many of us will be around and stick around if we want to have more comments and more narrative. We will definitely be here for another 15 or 20 minutes or however long folks need to connect. If you're interested in connecting with folks, please put your information in the chat. Like I said, we'll save the chat and we'll send emails if we haven't. We know most people registered, so we have your information. But if you got the link last minute from a friend of a friend of a friend, make sure you put your information in the chat so we can make sure you get included in communication. And then I'll pass the mic back to Frank. Or someone else was going to say something, Enrique?
No, Frank is next.
Yeah.
But I would say after Frank, that's a good idea, Mary. Why don't we keep this open for 15, 20 minutes? And we can keep the recording open. And people can, as long as people are brief with maybe 30 seconds, no more than a minute, we can allow people to come in and say anything they want to say about what they feel about today, and maybe actionable items that maybe we could do as a coalition. So
yeah, that would be great. Things we need for next summit, things we need to, like someone mentioned a speakers bureau, like what a bank, a syllabus bank. Like, there's lots of ideas that have been floated through the summit. Let's lift those up in the chat or on the mic. Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah. All right, folks. So, I mean, it's so funny. I remember this a couple of years ago when we did this at when we did this at Cal State San Bernardino, and how enthralled I was just with the process. And I have to say that again, I feel just as much, if not more elation, more so because despite COVID and despite the tremendous, crazy backlash against CRT and social justice education, we still thrive. And I think that's always super important to recognize. And I want you all to really give yourselves a big sense of pride and just a big pat on the back for doing this. I know I don't want to always be so self-serving, but I think it is important to understand that we are doing important work. And while this is limited, right? And we do know and recognize that we need to do more to be more inclusive, to add this and to be more additive. I mean, again, this could be a multi-week, a multi-month, a multi-year kind of institute or project. We're starting and we're still doing, right? And that's important to recognize. And so I want to be very intentional in thanking all of our presenters. They came out of the goodness of their hearts, free of charge, to share all of these important resources. So if you can just, make sure that you thank them either in chat or if you see them around, just know that there's instrumental and powerful people in this room that have done great stuff and that have done this and shared this with us, out of the kindness of their heart. Secondly, as I mentioned with Ethnic Studies 2, as with Ethnic Studies 3, this is the third iteration. This will not be the last iteration. And I want to be very keen that I will continue to support this. And I know Mary and Enrique really want to be a part of this. And we want you all to be a part of this work. This work grows because we do, right? We do work, we grow this work. So let's be a part of these conversations in the future. Let's think about how we can make this better, how we can be better through this work as we continue to grow. One thing that I want to mention, and this is kind of going to be my big pitch in terms of all of this, is think about the students in your classrooms, think about the youth in your communities, and think about how they can be those future ethnic studies teachers. Ask your kids around you, your students around you, are you considering careers in education? If so, then how can we get you into ethnic studies? If not, then make them realize what is the importance of being a teacher. Being a teacher means impacting the future. It means that you get to be a part of the knowledge building and knowledge changing process that is going to redefine our society. And taking these ethnic studies principles, infusing that into the impetus of what these students can do in those educational spaces is going to be so instrumental to changing this, to being able to fight back against the conservative backlash that has targeted so many of our colleagues, that has stifled their ability to work, and is also being deployed across states, across the United States, that are trying to devalue our message. Our message matters. We want our stories taught. We want our stories told, as Mary mentioned, and we have great opportunities to continue this work through the amazing educators that are doing this, through programs that are out there that are being facilitated at UCRR, at Cal State LA, at Cal State San Bernardino, and now growing through Cuesta College and LBCC and other institutions. So with that, folks, please hang out. Please feel free to chime in and give your words of wisdom to our colleagues in our communities. Again, we're going to share all of this out to you. So stay tuned for emails with resources, with other information. And I just want to say thank you all. This has been a great day, and I'm truly blessed to have everybody in the room. So thank you again.
We have a couple hands up. So I first saw, I saw someone else I don't see now. John, I see your hand up. And I saw another hand up, but I don't see it now. Oh, Kimberly. Kimberly, why don't you go first, and John.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. Thank you, Dr. Enrique Murillo. I need to bring you guys a Fresno Unified. I am so inspired. Just being one person leading ethnic studies, it can feel kind of lonely, but I feel like I have a whole family right now. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to say that to say right now I'm trying to illuminate ethnic studies in my district, and I have some partners working with me, and we want to illuminate it on on social media platforms. So if anyone can share, kind of put some things in the chat. What has been your challenges with social media? Do you have a Facebook? If you do I attach it to my name, or is there a way to do it with your district? I've just been trying to play with it, and my partner that's helping me it's not working. So any suggestions on social media and the rules, if you guys know, but I am illuminating ethnic studies. Mary Valdemar, thank you. You have me inspired. I'm gonna hashtag all over. I'm ready to launch we got the website. Now I'm trying to launch the social media, but I need your input and feedback on the gap, the barriers, do I do it with my name attached? How are you guys doing it? I just want to know.
Okay, and then John, go ahead.
Yes, how you doing? So I just wanted to, I guess, thank everyone for these presentations. They've been really amazing. One of the things that was mentioned a little while ago was giving a little bit of feedback. And I had mentioned in the breakout session that I'm a historian in Texas. I focus a lot on social issues and inner city communities and things like that. And one of the things that I struggle with within my research is that a lot of the work, a lot of the fight, a lot of the direction is geared toward California. And there's, minorities within New Mexico and within Texas, we face all the same problems. But because and kind of moving into the classroom, when we take these studies into the classroom, one of the presenters referenced that they can't identify with the teachers because either they don't live in the same communities, or maybe they're not Hispanic or Latino. We face those same issues in Texas and in Mexico, in that some of these seminars and these conferences, they're geared specifically to California. So I personally would just like to see maybe you know, some of that that fight, I guess, invite the other southern states to the fight, I guess, so to speak.
Thank you for that, and much agreed. Maria, you have your hand up. Maria Marin.
Can you hear me? Yes. I'm
Yes,
Maria
ma'am.
Marin. Okay, I'm Maria Marin from Inter-American University in San Diego. We're a tiny little Chicano college. And what's interesting, I teach Chicano studies for thousands of years, but my students are the educated immigrants. And I prepare teachers and nurse practitioners, but they all come from Mexico. So teaching them Chicano studies is really interesting because they come here because they are from the upper class. They don't see all of this oppression. And then all of a sudden, this beautiful US begins to have a different color. So it's really interesting to hear, you know, at the high school level. But, you know, we have that issues because the people that are graduating and I'm putting out there, they're going to be teachers in the schools. So their mindset has to be changed because it's not the lower class bracero daughters that or sons of braceros. They're a whole different group of people. So I just wanted to share that. So it was really interesting hearing what you're doing at the high schools, but we also have issues at the more at the graduate level when we put out the teachers and nurses. So it's been very interesting. I really thank you very much.
Hello, Mary.
Yes, we can hear you, Roberto.
I just have to say that thank you very much for the experience. This kind of events is something that really motivates one to really continue fighting for equality for our people and the respect. If they demand respect, they have to give respect. So it works both ways. But I think this kind of events that you organize have a very, very valuable lesson to all of us. I encourage you to continue doing this. And I just wanted to tell you, I'm being bombarded right now by Mexico News website throwing me all kinds of stuff from Mexico. And I'm going like, I think they're reading what's going on here in this session, and they're kind of like, wow, we need to let them know that we're here. So basically what I wanted to tell you is that don't give up, continue the fight. I think that you, Ed Gomez, Mary, Enrique, and all of the participants were terrific. Do not give up. Keep on doing it. Keep on challenging those who oppose us, because eventually we will win. Thank you. And I'm signing off.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who'd like to give words? You can just
Thank you,
unmute
Mary.
yourself.
Maria?
Maria Marin?
No, Maria Valdemar.
Oh, yes.
Every one of you.
I'm here, Rosa Marta. I'm here.
Rosa Marta.
I just want to say something. My name is Rosa Marta Zarate. I am the coordinator of a national movement of the braceros. Mainly, I'm supporting the braceros here in the United States. I've been trying to see the possibility of inviting you to see if we can use a recent book that I was part of, I am a co-author of the book called Our Grandfathers Were Braceros and We Too. And this is a testimonial book from braceros here in the United States. And as I say, this is a legacy, it's a testament that we want to leave to the sons, daughters, and grandsons and granddaughters of our granddaughters and grandsons and our families and the community in this country. It's a testimonial book. It's a bilingual edition. And I would like to see if we can, in a moment, I can share this project with you. We, here in the United States, the Alianza de Cruceros del Norte are located in Oregon, Las Vegas, and Nevada, Arizona, and Washington State, and California. This is like a cooperative. Whatever profits from the book will go to open a fund, an emergency fund for our viejitos who are still in the front line of the struggle. The other objective is invite young people to become part of the struggle, because the viejitos are dying. What I just want to say is thank you for this opportunity to open our eyes to our own commitment to continue the journey as peoples in this continent. And especially we Mexicans, Chicanos, Mexican Americans, who have been here before, way before, together with the native nations of this land. So if there's a possibility for us to be invited to share about the book and the objectives of A Mi Abuelo Fue Bracero y Yo También project. Gracias.
Thank you so much. I also wanted to make a couple announcements that I put in the chat. For those of you who are local to the inland region, there is a Cesar Chavez dinner tonight at Valley College in room B100. It's an annual event that we have every year where traditionally we used to feed the farm workers that were tending the fields in Redlands and Riverside and parts of San Bernardino. Many of those fields have been eliminated and developed with warehouses. So now we still recognize some of the local farm working families and also just break bread together to be in honor of the many folks whose shoulders we stand on, who did this work in this movement, before us. And that's a free event. So if you're interested, let us know, and you can attend at 6 p.m. in B100. Also, May Day is coming up, May 1st, which is the traditional day of labor, celebrating workers and celebrating immigrants, where we come together. And this year we'll be in San Bernardino. If you're interested in getting involved in that or being part of the planning team is meeting weekly on Wednesdays. Just shoot me a message or an email, and I'll put my email in the chat, and I can get you involved in that. So you can also connect your students and your community members to that. Henry, I see your hands up. Go right ahead.
It had told me that that the Cesar Chavez dinner was canceled.
Oh, okay.
Do you know if it's still canceled, or did it?
It probably is. I didn't ask him today. He told me that a while ago. So, yeah, that's probably more accurate than the information I have.
Okay.
Thank you for telling me, though. I was about to go down there.
Okay.
Any other announcements? Any other questions, comments?
Maybe Henry or Mary, you could tell us about the Native American Council. You guys, if people want to join in the area.
Yeah, Henry, you want to put your email in the chat and talk a little bit about the Native Council?
Well, I think a lot of you already know about it. We're a group that works in San Bernardino and Riverside counties, and we work to preserve culture, language. We also work to promote justice for the people of our area. And we've had a long connection with the different Native American groups, going way back to when there was a San Bernardino Native American group, there was a Riverside group. A lot of those groups have disappeared, but the Native Council has continued, and has a lot to do with just people like Carol Ray, who's passed on, but she kept it going, and then she's gone, but we're trying to keep it going. Mary, what else? You do a lot of work with the group.
Yeah, just if you have events that you would love to share with Native community, and hopefully that's every event that you're involved in should have some type of participation of the folks who are the original people of the land that you work on or live on or play on. So hopefully at the minimum, the bare minimum, you're doing land acknowledgements and way beyond that, our goals are that you have a strong relationship with the California natives, your direct area. So if you need help connecting with the right folks, we can try our best to help you with that. The Native Council is a great way to find out if the emails. Henry puts out an email that has like a ton of Native events and Indigenous events going on in almost all the regions near us.
But they come at 2 in the morning. That's the only problem.
Yeah, they do. Come
They
at 2
go
in the
to
morning. We're a very nocturnal team in the Native Council, I'll tell you that right now. But yeah, you can get a list, weekly that has local events and things that you can participate in, and many opportunities for you to connect with local California natives, Indigenous people, and that includes, a lot of other diasporas. We have a coalition called Casas y Carnalas, which is our Filipino folks and our brown community in this community, where we come together and we do a lot of work in support of each other. And we have an API month coming up in April and May. We also have environmental justice folks at the table, where we talk a lot about the environmental impacts, which are also huge cultural impacts on the same people, right? The same people experience everything: racism, poverty, lack of access to healthcare, environmental pollution. We all have the same stuff stacked on top of each other. So it's important that we all engage in these conversations coming from a perspective of environment and social justice and of course, ethnic studies at the core of that. So that's pretty much all I have. Enrique, anything going on at Cal State?
Jose may know this, but okay, Gabriel. Gabriel, talk about the ideas about the next thing for the summer, the thing that you brought up about the 2 or 3 day idea that we talked about.
I'm sorry. Actually, we're actually hosting our own conference, and it's really building on the solidarity and the original solidarity movement of the Third World Liberation Front. So we can give you that information. We'll probably put it on our website or on our Facebook. We have a Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. But basically, it's to call that ethnic studies is about solidarity, it's not division, and we need to speak to the tenets of the original 4 groups, right? Our Native American, African American, our Chicano, Latinx population, and our Asian Americans. But understanding this is not, this is about coming together in solidarity as a movement, as the movement was first created, because we don't want to become systematized and start fighting each other or going against each other for whatever those reasons, because that's part of the colonial ideology that has been imposed upon us. So our conference is June 21st, 22nd, and 23rd. It's still in the beginning phase. We're finishing the flyer, so we will have that information. But I will put our email on the chat, and also in addition, we'll have our teachers from Rialto will be presenting as well, a few of them, okay, that went through our training and are currently teaching ethnic studies. So that's happening June 21st, 22nd, 23rd. I'll put our email in the chat. Thank you, Professor, Profe Maestro. Gracias.
Okay, that it. Jose, you have any announcements? Jose Aguilera.
You know what, Profe, thank you for the time, man. I think right now I was given the opportunity to kind of say everything that I, even my experience within ethnic studies and what's happening right now, but also in the doctorate program, right? And it's similar what I'm doing now, and it's kind of and it's going into the program as well. And I just thank you for the opportunity.
Hola, Elías. Mira, estoy en una conferencia. En un rato yo no sé, este día va a estar llenito, pero me comunico con ustedes. ¿Sí? Gracias, estoy bien. Sí, nada más que metida.
I thought that was my mom for a second.
I'll mute her. There you go. See. All right. Okay. Well, I guess that's it.
Yeah.
Frank, algo más?
Nothing much more to add. I've given my last little gracias to everybody. So have a good rest of your day. Keep an eye out for all the emails, all the links. Definitely hop on Facebook, post post your stuff, share widely, stay tuned. We'll be doing this again next year, hopefully in person. And I look forward to seeing you all again very soon, where we can do this and expand this a little bit more. So have a good one.
All right. Adios.